they did a bit where they performed that, but they didn't know the show.
Hello, Herald.
Don't stop me. Don't stop because of me. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll continue the story. So yeah, they did that rendition, but they'd never seen Dear Evan Hansen, so they thought it was about a vampire looking through the window.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. And welcome to Ichor in Honor. I am your host, the Herald, and this is the Dumb Luck Club.
Hey.
Get rid of the luck part, and then you got it.
Hey.
But as you may have noticed, Delan and Diar won't be able to join us tonight due to outside circumstances. But rest assured, they'll swing around the next time around. But announcement wise, as a reminder, what we're doing now is every Sunday that we are not having the session, we are going to start doing some little bit more community based games on a live stream. So yeah. We'll have a few. So whether it is something that's like among a few with Genshin or even something like Whiplash, we will have something going on. So that's coming back. Also, just so you're all aware that we are indeed getting closer and closer to the end of the Ichor in Honor campaign, but which also means there will actually be a Players In, a campaign wrap-up, where you and also the players can also ask me the questions that you've been wondering about this whole campaign.
I can ask all my shipping questions.
But also, I will not be hosting that one. Our certain Druid here will be hosting that Players In, so details will be released as we get closer and closer to that time, but just so you all know, there is going to be that little extra fun time. So,
please ask questions so I have something to do.
Yes.
So suffer.
So
no suffer.
There is questions at the way bottom of our players' notes. I started some.
So also, and I will be setting up a link and whatnot for people to set up their own questions. So there will be some for that too. Anyways, as always, you, the viewers, can either help or hinder the party as you so desire. You can do so with bits or with the free variant shields. Shields are the channel point system that we use here. So if you want to give them like a little skill inspiration or even say hinder them with a disadvantage in combat, that is all possibilities, as well as the bits as well. Though keep in mind, you only accumulate those by watching the stream, and those who are subscribed earn them at a higher rate. So, without any further delay, let us go ahead and begin Ichor and Honor. So,
It's been so long.
Let's finish this trial.
Yes.
Please.
So, where we last left off with the party, as was briefly mentioned, the Dumb Luck Club are actually taking part in the trial against Iro, who has been accused of treason. Needless to say, the party has their suspicions and also reasons to believe so because of the actions that had been taking place. From capturing Talus to arresting Umeko, and even finding themselves in a little bit of combat. The trial began with, we're on the side of Kara Vis, the daughter of Kara Tak, who was serving as the prosecution, while Kara Tak was serving as the defense. It is here that they've been going back and forth in their dialogue, but as they were continuing on, there was something strange that was afoot that Umeko caught on. And with the Baize interfering and dispelling the magic, they discovered that they were being scryed upon. With this, the Divine Raven, who is serving as the judge, had called in a recess so they could secure down the courtroom. And as the party had been dismissed and making their way to their respective exits, you see for a moment Cardavis and Katatak are staying for a brief moment, seeming to wait for majority people to leave before they started conversing to the Divine Raven. Though, due to the nature of it and not really having the chance to, you are ushered out quickly. And you find yourselves outside of the courtroom. And that is where we pick up. You all are outside in the shaded sort of balcony.
Is there a
Yeah,
crack
if I-
in?
I was just gonna say, if I don't respond right now, I'm trying to get this bug out of my room. It's not the ladybug, it's a different one.
Okay.
Oh my
Why are there
god.
so many bugs?
I don't know, man. Someone left the window open.
I think I know
Door.
who.
It's the bug's
Yeah.
life, man.
Ha.
Okay.
So,
So that was a thing.
And it will continue to be a thing once we go back inside.
I was referring to the orb.
Oh, well, yeah.
I wonder who sent it.
I wonder how long it's been there for.
DM,
yes.
I saw it too, right?
You did, yes. Because you're robot eyes.
Did it remind me of a scrying?
Yeah, you would have known it was a scrying orb.
Okay. Okay. Okay, cool.
Because you'd seen something similar to that before.
Uh-huh.
Well, if it was anything related to scrying, you technically need to see the location. You would have need to see the location before you could scry on it. So it's someone who's been in that courtroom before.
Is Ism here? I can't remember.
Yes.
Somewhere.
Yep, he's here.
You wait, is he like in sight at all, DM?
Who is?
Itham.
Ism?
Oh yeah, he is with you all.
Okay. Youth is gonna go up to Itham and ask him, when you were with the rest of them when we were fighting when they were fighting the duelist, was there anyone notable there? There was someone that was walking with a gimp in there, and I couldn't tell who it was.
He seems to think for a moment. I do remember someone with the gimp, but all I really tell from that was they were treated with some sort of level of respect, as if they were held in a rather respectful manner, similar to that as if I was kind of similar to how they were treating me. I was playing off as the Falconer.
Did you get a name? Anything? Anything
All
else
I
notable
know,
about him?
all I know is that they were very much a staunch supporter to. And he just seems to be thinking about it, like trying to recollect hard from that time. They were a staunch supporter, and it seemed as if they had been part of it for quite some time. I don't remember specifics about them.
DM, does that like ring any bells of like someone being treated with respect and like having a gift? Like anyone that would be of notable ranking?
Give me a history check.
Okay. Please tell me Roll20's working this time. Please tell me it's working. It's working! Oh my
that reminds me, I
gosh!
should open up Roll20.
Yeah.
I was still half asleep when I came on to this.
10!
Nice.
That's
Well-
a great roll!
Oops.
From what you can tell, from what you gather, at least, from what you know, well, you can't think of anyone with like particular limp or gimp in their step. You do know that here in Ivhan, the only ones who are treated with like some level of reverence or respect, which, as you kind of tell from when Itha mentioned about the falconer, usually for something like that, they either are seen as, like here in Ivhan, something along the lines of like an elder or a member of a particular, or one of the members of the clan, as in one of the family, the main house. So it does narrow it down a little bit, at least.
Okay.
It's not just some average Joe.
So is there like anyone else outside of our party that's standing out here currently?
Not at the moment. You see a few of
Not
the
at the moment.
guards, but they're just standing at attention and not really
Okay.
paying you guys any mind at the moment.
Okay. She's just gonna go back to the group and kind of think it over.
As you back to the courtroom, or
The group.
okay,
Our group.
okay.
So, what's the plan, Stan?
I would imagine we're here until recess is over. We go back in and wait and see if anyone else is called to the stand, or if any one of us is called back up.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a ride.
Yes, Gale.
I am
Excuse me.
Good stuff.
You better not be
Is the-
swallowing the dragon orb. The orb of dragon kind.
No. Is the door of the court's room, is there like a crack at the bottom of it to where, like, if someone were to get down to one level and put their ear next to it, would they be able to like hear any mumbling or anything?
There's
Give
no
me-
one in there.
Card talk and
Taravis.
yeah, stayed behind.
Give me a
to...
perception check.
I thought it was...
Do we see him laying down on the ground doing this?
No, I thought Harold said Card talk and Krairo stayed behind and started talking to the Divine Raven as everyone.
Caravis as well.
Carvet. Oh, okay.
16.
It's really hard to tell, but you might be able to hear something, but you have to be like full blown against door, and it has to be really quiet.
I'm going to attempt to go down on the floor and try to listen.
Okay. Daphne, you see this.
I really wish I didn't. Do I... Gale? Wait, first question. Which way does the door open when you open it? Does it open outwards or inwards?
From what you saw, Daphne, it opens outward.
So basically, if they try to open the door, he's gonna get hit.
Probably.
Natural consequences.
There it is. Do I hear
Nope.
anything?
I'm gonna let him deal with that.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Ooh, 13.
Really hard to hear anything, but except as you try keeping quiet. But then you start hearing footsteps coming towards the door.
I quickly roll.
Give me a dexterity save.
I do not see this happen.
Youth pretends she does not see it. She covers her eyes.
Yep, I am fully like leaning against the balcony rail, looking away. Like
I'm joining Lydia. I'm joining Lydia. I'm gonna look like a
joining Lydia
responsible
as well.
adult.
I'm looking at the
Just
dusty
Watching this
room.
all happen.
I'm just looking at the
happen.
city. Nice view.
As
Such
Gale,
a
you're trying to
beautiful
move
view.
back. As you're getting up, you suddenly the door opens and just goes. It hits you, and you are sandwiched between the door and the wall, and you just hear a what?
Don't worry about it.
I dropped something. I was trying to look for it. I'm sorry.
And you just see slowly exiting, just awkwardly, just trying not to push so much, crushing you, Gale, but you just see coming right through is Cardavis.
Such beautiful scenery they have here this time of year, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Quite elegant.
Yep. So elegant.
You guys really sound like tourists right now.
The flowers
technically
bloom
are.
so graciously.
We haven't had a chance to be actual tourists, Umeko.
Not since before.
You
the
still
festival?
sound like it. That's all I'm saying. Jesus.
Is there
that a
something wrong with tourism?
You see Youth just point her finger over the rail and she's like, is that a mimosa? I'm not talking about the drink, I'm talking about the flower, but is that a mimosa?
I could go for a mimosa right now.
Can I get up now?
No,
Yeah.
sit there in your shame.
See you don't see
Oh.
this.
Anyways, so I tried to talk to him and see if try to talk to the Divine Raven, see if we could delay this case for till tomorrow. It's due to the nature of the security, but it seems he has rejected that request.
Well,
That's
he
not
does have the right
suspicious.
to a speedy trial.
True.
Youth can see she gestures to Youth and her robe of many eyes. Youth can see anything that's invisible. Should we just have her stand near the Baize and point out if any more appear?
As much as I would agree with that, we have to be very tactful because she's still considered a witness, and if she tries working alongside with the Baize so openly, then it will be seen as
It could be seen as a bias.
a conflict of interest.
Do any of the Baize have true sight then, or an item that can grant them that?
I can give them mine.
Well, wasn't it Umeko who originally also detected what
Mhm.
happened?
Umeko has already said her piece, I believe.
Though it was interrupted.
Shorty, speak up!
Be nice to Umeko!
I mean, my part only depends on if they're done asking me questions.
I could hand off the robe to one of the Baize if needed.
Possibly. Well, I have a feeling, I'm hoping that with that issue being brought to the surface, that the Baize would actually be a bit more aware. But could be asking too much.
Youth just mutters to herself, stupid Baize, I swear that even the kin are more reliable, and she's just like huffing
Daphne's
to
gonna quickly
herself.
put a hand on Youth's head, just like, oh, Youth, always muttering under your breath about things that don't need to be muttered.
They do, in fact!
Well.
Isn't there lovely Daphne?
Mm-hmm.
What a lovely day it is. She
So
just
lovely.
This is so.
The stress of the trial has finally gotten to everyone. Oh god.
Wow.
What stress? We're not stressing.
Jarvis,
Well,
What stress?
so since we have an hour, you are not have to be confined here. You can go wherever you like, but you just have to make sure to be back before we begin.
is there anything you need us to do?
I am under, well, I guess you can say, due to my legal obligation, it would be inappropriate for me to ask you to do anything.
But
What's your passive insight, Daphne?
Daphne's passive insight is a whopping 21.
Okay.
Let's say, isn't it crack?
You would
It
be
is
able
crack.
to tell that there is definitely that sort of implication, like, hey, if you want to figure out more things in regards to what, like, if you want to try to do something, I am not going to stop you. I'm just not allowed to do it. It's very much that subtle sort of language that she's using.
She's being much more subtle than Kara Talk was when he asked us to go to Mount Kirin.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought this was a dude, not a chick. Hang on.
It's all good.
Let me change my mannerisms.
This is his daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me change my mannerisms. Hang on.
Oh.
Well, hello there. I'm kidding.
Now, a question for the DM.
Yes.
When the Baizé cracked the sphere, were they actually holding a sphere? Did it turn to dust? Was there shards left?
You mean of the sphere of the scrying?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's basically like an arcane sphere, so it fizzled out. It disappeared. It was revealed for a moment before it just went poof, gone.
So without the sphere, I don't think we can successfully backtrack it. However, we can at least narrow down the suspect pool because the only people who can scry in the room would be people who have been in there.
How old is this courtroom? Does
I'm
anyone
guessing
know?
She looks at Caravis.
Carvis, anyone who's from, here?
Oh, you mean that's been in? You're asking about
Yeah.
been in
How
who's been in
old?
court?
Yeah,
How
how
old's the
old is this
courtroom?
courtroom? Is it part of like the original
Yeah.
area? Like,
It's been around
get off.
since the Emperor's reincarnation. Give me a religion check if you're confused.
yeah. Well, I was gonna start pulling up our little timeline to figure out how many actual years that's been, but
Mhm.
religion,
Mm-hmm.
not my strong suit. 21.
Oh.
Ooh, very nice.
I got
Okay.
a dirty 20.
Okay. So both of you would recall that the Emperor is seen as divine, and that they also see, as part of that, the Emperor being eternal. So every time there is a succession in the line and someone else takes the throne, it's seen as that's the actual Emperor. He's just reincarnated.
So, since the new one took hold, the latest emperor.
No. It's back. Well, let me think. In terms of the outside, terms from outsiders, it's been around since the time of the Age of Unification.
Ooh.
Okay. That is old.
So a lot of people could have been in here. That does not narrow down our pool of suspects at all.
Though trials like this aren't exactly too common.
Well, yeah. How public was this information? That this was even going on today.
Honestly, it's the Baizé, more than likely the Baizé have been trying to keep it under wraps, and if anyone's talking about it, they might either disappear or go on vacation for an extended vacation.
I imagine at the very least the other Damios would have known. Because of the fact that they were all called here.
Yes.
So that means there's... Oh. So that means there's a chance that those who were left in charge of their different territories would be aware of something going on as well.
The last time a trial had taken place was when Kinoto was brought to trial.
Well, if it turns out that the Cray were traitors and in allegiance with the faithful, perhaps the younger brother or someone else could have sent out word something was happening. So the faithful could have been the ones observing the courtroom, because, well, let's face it, we know one of them was probably around when it was being built.
Thoughts on that?
For a moment,
What are your thoughts?
Go ahead.
Well, the end of the Age of Unification was also... The end of that age was during the assassination of the royal family from my home country. And one of the faithful... And I was alive during that. And one of the faithfuls knew me from that time. So you may not be too
Lord,
far
correct.
off.
Just a little Lord correction. Yours took place near the
The end.
yeah, near the end, beginning of the Age of Sunder.
Yeah, that's what I said. Near the end of Age of Unification,
Okay.
the assassination of the royal family happened in my home country. And I was alive during that.
Yeah.
When the faithful knew me. And they were older than me. So, you're not too wrong about that, Daphne. Possibly. And
It's
that
not the easiest guess the Spectre?
the author.
It would be the easiest guess, but has I don't know if you know this. She turns toward their very lovely little Lord Lady. Has Raoul ever been in this courtroom?
He was not. He was already disowned by the clan before that happened.
But he's
But
never
would he have
been
not
in
been
the room.
present for
He would not have been present.
earlier
Only
ones? Well, for earlier trials, hell.
earlier trials,
Kinoto?
maybe, but there was none really on record to speak of. The only ones that have happened in my lifetime, my father's lifetime, it has been this currently, and the trial and Kinoto's trial.
And he wasn't present for either.
Raul was not present for Kinoto's trial. No.
As not fun as it sounds, he doesn't need to be present to have seen it. He has other ways of already seeing places.
Are you
True.
talking about?
Secret tunnels.
You talking about that? Umeko?
Any of one with it, yeah.
That too.
That would make sense.
You hear the door open, and you
I'm away
see.
from the door, right?
No, you're away from the door. You're away from the door.
Shame. You're sitting there in your shame.
You, as the door opens, you see how to talk, and he gives you all a polite smile and a slight nod before looking to Caravis. If you do not mind, I would like to have a word with you for a moment. And she just looks. Very well. I will see you all in an hour.
Got it.
And she goes through the door, following Karatakis, and he closes it behind.
All right.
What can we do in an hour to possibly help find out who the orb belonged to?
We can scry in return on some people that we think are suspicious.
Okay, that's true.
Between you and me, we have at least 4. Because I know I can scry twice a day without upcasting it.
Let me just double check Daphne's spells because I haven't actually looked at.
I know it's been a month. I'm like,
It's been a month.
I can also scry.
That's right. Gale can scry.
Yep.
I want to. Come on.
It's my okay. I do have scrying prepped. Okay, I was like, do I not have scrying?
Please tell me you got scrying prep because
I do.
otherwise. All right.
Because I wanted to scry on someone else, but I will. I'll sacrifice that for tomorrow.
Scrying's 4th level.
5th.
5th. Okay. I can scry 3 times without upcasting.
I can scry twice and upcast it once. But if I upcast it, we can't travel through any plants today, if need be.
Okay. All right.
Gale, how many times can you scry?
I am looking that up real quick.
So since our primary suspect would be the Spectre, who here knows him the best?
Points to Umeko.
But Umeko can't scry, so out of...
I mean, unless Umeko...
Well, Daphne, didn't you fight him during the...
I did fight him, but now I have a thought. Umeko, who gave you the tattoo?
I don't believe I know this as a player.
You do not know.
Yeah, she's gonna kind of just look at you and like, you kind of see like she's looking past you for a second as she's like recalling the weird memories that she had inside and be like,
Diar just raises a hand.
Yes.
Wouldn't Youth know him the best?
Youth, do
Can
you
you
scry?
scry?
Youth, can you scry?
What?
They're asking who knows Rawl or the Spectre the best.
I can't scry.
Do you have anything of his by chance?
I doubt Kenoda would have anything on him.
You
Not
know, hang
on
on.
him.
Wait.
I have the
Didn't
amulet
he
of the
give me-
faithful.
Didn't he?
That helps.
Yes, Youth?
Wasn't he the one who gave me the diplomat's pouch?
He was.
So we can use that. First of all, let me check if there's anything in there before people go through my mail again. I'm holding that against you. Is there anything in there?
We went through your mail once.
We just
One
got a
time.
letter. We just got a letter.
Got a letter.
We
I just got a letter, not we. There's no
wonder
we
who
in
it's from.
this. There is no we. There's only me.
Oh,
Turn
okay.
that W upside down.
Okay.
Well, what if Talus got a letter?
Then, her problem. I'm reading it.
So, let's see now. You take a look. You do see a letter. Though, interestingly enough, this one there's no particular name on it.
Is there a seal on it at all?
You take a look at the wax seal. Interestingly enough, there isn't any. It's just the wax itself.
I'm gonna open it real quick. I'll hand them the pouch, but I'm taking the letter and opening this.
Just do this in the meantime.
Okay.
Sorry, I got a text. Here you go. Have this.
Yeah,
Let me just check
basically.
We just got a letter.
All right. Looking for you in all this.
Oh, it's DM'd?
Yeah, it's gonna be DM'd because you're the one reading it.
Oh no!
Unless you want to read it out loud.
Nah, he's I don't like this.
Harold's had a month to prepare this.
Chrissy,
he's
wake
not gonna
up! I don't like this. Chrissy, wake up! Hey, hello.
Hey, yo.
Oh my
Just
god.
wake up, just wake up, just wake
Guys, we're only like
up.
30 minutes in. Come on.
I mean, we're already back to our old shenanigans. Gale's doing
Oh.
things that gets him in trouble.
Yep.
Youth causes chaos. And Daphne and Lydia are just tired wine moms at this point.
They're just trying to do their best. They're just trying to
And
hold down the
Umeko
fort.
is somehow our glue.
Hey?
You're somehow our glue that holds us all together.
Yo, I just exist here.
I don't think she's holding us together if she can't hold herself together. You know, the arm and everything. Just
Umeko's
saying.
just-
There you go.
Umeko's just vibing. Umeko just vibes in the back.
What the hell is this?
Lovely.
You just looks at the letter, and she just, what in the nine hells? Like, just looks at it, looks around. Nothing on the back.
Nothing on the back.
You good there, champ?
DM, can I make a insight check on what this could possibly mean?
Is it a cipher?
You can go ahead and give me an insight check.
Wait.
I need some.
Wait, what
Hold
color
on.
was the wax?
What color is the wax? It should be there still. I mean,
Black.
I didn't like destroy it. Oh.
Mm.
Ooh, ominous.
Don't we have a rule that you only read the first line, and if it's not for you, you then give it to someone else?
Well, that only works.
That
only works if you
Your
can read
guys'
the
rules. We
first
didn't agree to
line.
those rules.
True.
Okay, I'm changing my dice color. I swear. Top 4.
Oh boy.
So
Is
probably
something
nothing.
wrong?
This is in
Wow.
character of clearing the throat. You all hold a key to their destruction. Make sure you're prepared to avenge us.
What?
Can I see this letter?
That
Yeah.
like looked
Mean
over her
anything?
I'm
shoulder.
showing it to Umeko.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the same handwriting that says, make them pay from that letter I got?
Give me an insight check.
Oh!
I'm just like, does this mean anything?
Do I recognize the handwriting at all?
You do
Yeah.
not.
Oh,
26.
shit.
You look at it, you read it closely, you look at the way the strokes are and everything. It's very much the same.
This fucker's written to us before.
Wait, what?
Who is?
And she'll pull out her letter. This is the same person that sent this. Which means they're still out there.
When did they send that, and what happened before it was sent?
Daphne?
This was sent before I got, which was around the time the Za fell.
Wait, we thought that was from from Zagul's brother.
That's what I thought.
But why
But
would
this
they?
person's still out there?
Why would they contact me and Umeko specifically?
Daphne checks her diplomat's pouch now.
I was gonna say yes, please.
Isn't it just whoever the guy that's closest to whoever they're contacting?
Yes, that is. If I'm correct, that's how it works.
Well, yeah, but she's checking,
Yeah.
like, did she get, like,
That
a
was
letter,
recent then,
something
because
else?
Umeko only joined up with them recently, so that was recent.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have any potential people who we suspected wrote that letter other than the Za?
I personally thought it was my specific Za boy, not necessarily the father.
You do not see any other letters, Daphne.
Okay. I thought that with the black seal, it was Zareth, because he's notorious for sealing it with a blank seal in black wax. But this is not his... He doesn't do flowery writing.
DM, would the Emperor's advisor, or like, would he be around at this time, or would he be
Which one?
elsewhere?
Who are you thinking of?
The wizard.
Yes,
Eklon?
Eklon.
We're
we
on a
ever have any-
balcony.
You're on the balcony at the moment.
I look. Do I see Eklon anywhere? Or how high is this balcony?
It's not too high up. It's like a second story sort of balcony.
I look out. And do I see Eklon anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
Got it.
Alternatively, if he is still alive, I could try scrying on him. But then that uses up one of my scrying.
Don't really see him. It's the sun is the sun is still out and it's pretty bright out, so you don't really see.
I'm changing my dice color.
Would this be the person that was scrying in? Because they said we have their fate now.
Who was scrying in, though?
We don't know yet.
Is it the same person that wrote these?
Okay, what do the letters say?
Itham, do you have that letter from Elrin? But okay.
Oh,
No.
Why do you want the
DM
letter from
remind-
El...
Well, hold on. DM, remind me. Was the information back and forth between Itham and Elrin, was that all verbal or was it written with messenger pigeon? I forget.
it was verbal.
Oh, okay, never mind. So I wouldn't have it on hand. The
Mhm.
right thing.
Yep.
Never mind. Still sus. Still so sus. But
Umeko,
Well-
what does your letter say? Or what did your letter say?
It was make them pay or something like that. I don't remember the exact wording at the look.
wasn't it like make them pay for what they did to us
Something
or something?
like that.
Who's the us?
It wasn't signed.
Can I see
Originally
it?
Didn't originally we think it was Karatalk because he's also left-handed, and with all the stuff that was happening down in the Kara.
The left-handed
Yeah, it
was
was-
from the left-handed was on the one that that Tal showed you.
Oh, okay. There's
Yeah.
been too many letters.
There's too
Can
many letters
Daphne
going on.
see- Can
many
Daphne see the letter?
Which one?
The one that we have, that's like we have the key to their destruction
Okay.
or whatever.
The new one.
The new one.
Youth
Yeah.
has that.
Okay, first
Yeah.
first and
Jill handed
foremost.
it over.
Okay, she looks at first and foremost, what language is it written in?
Common.
Okay, that does not narrow this down. Shit. All right. Second thing. So usually, males and females have very distinctive handwriting. If I look at this handwriting, can I tell at least if it was written by someone who presents themselves as male or female?
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check.
Intelligence!
I'm gonna guide her.
Thank you.
Do we have both letters out or only just that one? Oh, we have both?
I don't think your guidance is gonna do shit.
Oh no.
It's
That's
really
an 8.
it's really hard to tell because just the way it's written, it's at the very least from what you can tell. Oh, you got skill inspiration by the way.
Oh, okay.
I'll allow you to use it if you want to use it.
Thank you. Okay. DM gods, please. DM gods, please.
Okay, 22.
22!
Does my guidance still work?
No, not for this one.
Okay.
But still, that's better. You take a look at this letter and the way it is written. It's really hard. Interestingly enough, it's really hard to define as to which, if it's a more masculine or feminine, but there is something you definitely pick up. And this is because you rolled past the DC of 21.
Yes!
So,
It seems as if this was written by someone whom is very, not only just skilled in their penmanship, but it reminds you a little bit of the kind of letters that would be passed around in the courts, as in the nobility court.
Okay. then.
Someone who is well educated.
Daphne is going to hold the letter and like gently tap it as she's deep in thought. Okay. So, I cannot tell if this is male or female. I can, however, tell you this is someone who is well educated, someone who is familiar with court dealings. I've seen letters very similar to this, dealing with it. So we are dealing with some sort of nobility.
if I cast Detect Magic on the letters, does anything show up?
You cast Detect Magic on the letter. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it.
Just plain old paper.
Plain old paper.
Okay.
Well, it's basically a fax machine.
Well,
So-
I was just wondering if there was actually like a hidden message via
Mhm.
illusions or something,
Mhm.
or like a signature of some sort.
All right, so
Make them pay for what they did. We have the key to their destruction.
it's someone who's watching us.
To be precise about what it says, you all hold a key to their
All hold a
destruction.
key.
A key.
You.
Do they mean that in a literal or figurative way? And are they referring to the Cray or the Faithful?
Scrying. We can start scrying on whoever we think it is,
Alright.
because that takes 10 minutes each, and if we're all doing it like 3 at a time, that goes half of an hour.
Alright. Does anyone have anything of Raoul's?
I was gonna try something.
What were you gonna try?
I go over to Umeko. I place my hand on the back of her neck.
We also have the diplomat's pouch.
Yeah, the diplomat's pouch from youth is from Rao.
Instead of just awkwardly holding Umeko's neck.
I wasn't holding. I was just touching.
I'm uncomfortable.
I'm trying something. But the diplomat's pouch might work better.
Okay.
Since we actually know it was handed to Umeko from him.
So I'll take the diplomat's pouch.
Do you
and
mean youth?
Yes. That.
Hand it over, grabby hands. With my grubby iPad kid hands.
Cheeto dust.
Yeah.
But anyway, I take the diplomat's pouch and I focus in on the orb.
Mm-hmm.
And I cast scrying.
Who are you scrying on again?
Sure.
Oh, okay, the Falconer. Not the Falconer, the
Not the
He's right
Falconer,
here.
yeah, exactly. We're casting it on the Spectre. I'm pulling up.
Daphne, who are you scrying on?
Well, the easiest person for me to have scryed on is currently dead, so... Oh, this is probably gonna hurt so much. The true emperor, or the first emperor, or whatever his face is.
Let's see,
Then
now I
I
need
will
to
take
roll this.
The author, I guess, if that is an option.
Yeah,
Being someone from a noble court and flowery language.
Hold on a sec.
that sounds right.
I should probably.
Oh wait, no, Itham lost all of his belongings. Right.
I mean, he didn't lose all of his belongings. All of his belongings burned up
Well, I was
in
gonna
a
ask if he had
hailstorm.
anything from like Elrain, because they were like best friends,
Well-
but like that was like 100 years ago.
Okay.
So.
Why are you wanting to know about Eladrin? He's not sending us fan letters.
What's your spell DC?
My spell DC is a whomping 18.
Okay, Gale.
Mhm.
What's your spell DC?
Spell DC.
17.
I am
Okay.
scrying as well, DM.
Okay. All right. So let me just start first with Gale's. So Gale, take a moment to scry on the specter. As you're watching for brief, it takes you a moment, but as you focus in with the orb, you see he seems to be walking through the. You see him walk. They seem to be walking through a great forest, a thick one at that, filled with bamboo. It seems it's just him by himself, but as he's going through, you see for a moment, he seems to stop at a particular area. He looks around, and from what you see, at the very least, Gale, you see what appears to be seems to be various rocks as if they were stuck into the ground, almost like markings in a way.
I moved the scrying a little.
Yeah.
I would move the orb a little bit to get a better view.
Mm-hmm. As you're watching this, he seems to just watch, stare there quietly for a moment before he says, "Some people might find this shameful, but at the very least you will regain your honor." And he pulls out what appears to be that of a scroll, spell scroll. Opens it and begins to speak in Celestial. Don't seem to understand it, but as he finishes, disappears before you see from the ground an arm reach out and seeming to be pulling themselves out from the ground itself.
Question. Does this area kind of look like the area where we dealt with the witch, where we found Kinoto's dad's body?
You don't know. It's very clouded because that you can only see a particular proximity. But as you see it pull themselves out, you see what appears to be that of an Arakakra, wearing armor that was from time past. You see the damage to it. You see that the body itself, it seems to be there, but it's like deathly pale. And seems to have this strange glow about it as you see emerge, wearing the armor of the kin. You see more of them also begin to emerge from the ground as well. We will regain our honor. And then that's where the vision ends.
Oh. Gale's just like, oh, fuck.
Daphne can't hear you right now. Daphne is currently
Yes.
attempting her own scrying.
All right, so what?
Ditto.
All right, Daphne, who were you scrying on?
The first emperor.
Okay.
Oh, buddy.
Look, Daphne's fought him in that weird dreamscape, so she's met him in person.
Do we still
So
have a
that
piece of
lowers
that
the
letter?
DC.
Do
And
we
he
still have a
sent
piece
that
of-
letter.
I incinerated that letter. And I
She
made sure of
incinerated,
it.
but Daphne held it. She's fought him in person.
I mean, I'm gonna. Do you want to take the Amulet of the Faithful? Because I'm assuming he's the one that gave everyone
Daphne
that.
yes, Daphne would have taken that, and it's wrapped around her hand. As she's holding the mirror. This is gonna hurt so bad.
I hope you connect, honey. I hope you connect.
Part of me hopes I don't.
Well,
I don't like the look on his face.
Oh no.
you
need
take
to
a
roll
moment
new
to try to
character sheet now.
scry on him, on the first emperor, and it seems very clouded. But you see him once more. However, you see that he's seeming to be sitting on what appears to be that of a rather elegant throne that you had seen before in the
Hornet's nest.
Hornet's Nest, yeah. But you see him smile as he's looking directly
Oh.
at you.
Oh,
Fuck! This is gonna hurt. I hope you guys enjoyed Daphne. She's about to die.
I spare the dying.
Okay, before he does anything, do I see any like scrying things
Hold on.
or anything?
Hold
No,
on.
I'm panicking.
Hold on.
I am holding. I am panicking while holding.
Okay, let's see.
Should have known this was gonna happen, but no.
You asked for this.
I did. Because Daphne's like, we have to know.
Can I let someone else do it?
No, because Daphne has an issue with like not wanting other people to go through pain.
I think Umeko can bring you back if there's a bit left of you.
That depends entirely on how much damage Daphne's about to take. I mean, I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not.
It's a conversation. It's just a pleasant conversation. Don't knock
Yeah,
it
it's
to
a
confess.
one-sided conversation.
You are full of surprises. Truly did not expect for you to have the confidence to scry upon me.
Should have known you'd be able to see it. Daphne does say this out loud, so the others can hear her say this.
Oh no.
I'm scrying right now.
I'm saying this to Umeko.
So what do I owe the pleasure of you presenting yourself before me?
Curiosity.
Just a simple curiosity.
Did my audio just change?
Yes, you just turned into Rebel. You just
Oh
turned
my-
into Rebel for a second.
Oh my god.
I will clip that later.
That will
Don't
yes,
do
that will
it.
clip that later. That is too good. Okay.
Tension broken.
Tension broken. Okay, getting back into it.
Okay.
So
So, is it just simple curiosity? Or is there a bit more?
Paulina's trying to think of something witty right now. I don't believe I owe you a truthful response.
Give me an intelligence save.
It's gonna try and make Daphne be truthful? Or is this just gonna hurt? Intelligence save, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Natural 20.
Buddy. Oh, wow.
You feel this, as he smirks, you almost feel like this presence in your mind. It's chilling. Very much like as if you feel ice against the back of your neck.
Do I feel him getting in? I'm gonna find out if he saw anything.
I see. So the maiden is with you.
The smirk on Daphne's face falls. Do you have an issue with the maiden? I do recall you don't have a great history with her or any of the other gods.
Oh, it just simply makes this all the more entertaining.
Well, you know what they say. History has a nasty habit of repeating itself. So I wouldn't get too cocky if I were you.
Indeed. Your Yuanti friend is certainly going to be proof of that for you.
And it would seem you are slowly losing your subordinates as well. How many are left now? 3? Maybe 4?
Sacrifices do have to be made. But, in the end, their sacrifices leading me to finally having the chains removed.
Your brother is so disappointed in you, I bet.
I could care less about someone who is not my family.
And yet he never gave up on you.
Yet, I find it ironic that you say this, and yet you abandoned your family.
There is a difference between abandoning and having a difference of opinion. I'm willing to forgive my family. Are you? Or are you insisting on being a petty, annoying brother who doesn't know any better or when to stop?
Give me a wisdom save at disadvantage.
Daphne had that coming, but she's getting mad.
You'll talk to the First Emperor like this, but you won't talk to Thal?
This is different!
Brat mode.
Okay, Nat 1.
Okay.
Difficult taken.
How much damage does Daphne take?
Kneel. Grovel.
Oh,
and you suddenly feel yourself drop to the ground. Just, you feel this immense pressure, like gravity, just suddenly.
Do I drop the mirror?
You do drop them. You do drop the mirror, but you hold on to it as, for a brief moment, as he's looking right at you through the mirror.
I don't see.
If there is one thing I enjoy, it's breaking the cockiness of those who are thinking they are greater than the gods themselves.
I don't see a god. I see someone who can't get loyalty from
Grovel!
people unless they use magic.
And you feel the crush. You're crushing weight once more. To a point, everyone else, you start seeing that there are cracks in the flooring itself. As Daphne, you take 11 points of force damage from the feeling that you were receiving.
Yep. Okay, I saw that coming.
We need to get her out of that.
Daphne, although feels the pain. Wait, no, I don't think she can feel it. Not right now. Because she's scrying. She can't feel, see, or hear anything. So she's going to feel it in a second. So she just looks at him. At the very least, the people who I work with don't need to use magic to make people kneel.
Who says this is even me casting a spell? You have no idea what you're dealing with. You have no comprehension. Master of lore, master of magic, whatever you call yourself. I will enjoy breaking every single bit of what makes you who you are.
And as he says this, the mirror suddenly, the glass shatters as the scrying ends.
So Daphne's face was probably like right beside it. Do I need to make more saves?
You do not.
Okay.
But as you find yourself too, you feel this crushing weight, as if you just had suddenly this huge, as if like a huge boulder had just been placed on top of you for a moment. Everyone else, you see that her conversing, and you see the crushing. Yes.
So aren't the three of them all scrying at the same time?
Yes, but you would see this happening to Daphne.
Yeah, so there's me, Youth, Dear, and...
Yeah.
Oh
Anyway.
God, we just see... So
And Itham. Oh wait,
so
no,
we watch-
Anath.
So we watch Daphne's mirror shatter. Gale comes out and immediately says, "Oh fuck, what's Lydia gonna come out and say immediately?"
We'll find out.
Indeed we will.
Who are you scrying?
So who are you scrying?
The author -7 to your DC DM, and DC is an 18.
Okay.
So roll in -7 because of my connections.
Okay, let us see what we got here.
Yeah, because I have a likeliness or picture of her, and I know the target well. That's -5, -2.
Let's see. I'm sorry, what was it?
Do you really?
What was what, DM?
What was it you were saying about the connection?
Oh, it's a -7 because I have a likeliness or picture because I sketched her a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the target well. We're familiar. Because apparently she knew me as a child too.
That's up to debate, but
That's up to debate.
But I will give you that connection.
I'm like, I have sus on who it is, and you know this.
I know.
So I'm about to flip it once this.
So what is your what is your spell DC?
18.
18.
Get the -7 from your
Wisdom?
Yes.
All right. now... As you scry upon the author, see for a moment, it takes you a moment, but you see that she is leaning her back against what appears to be that of a wall, as she's just seeming to be writing in a book of sorts. Could be a journal. You're not exactly sure what.
Can I see what she's writing, like over her shoulder, or
You could if you want.
can I?
Yep. And as you do so, you see that seems to be almost out of a play. As it seems to be that of sort of like a script. But it's really hard to make out as to what's like the context of the story in this situation. But as she's writing, you see someone approach the author. Someone who is cloaked and seems to have a little gimp in their step. So I assume that everything is staying on course. There have been a few obstacles that had emerged, but rest assured this will not be an issue. Very well. But nevertheless, things are progressing as they are. Indeed. Even with the obstacle of that trial that's taking place, we should progress as normal.
Do I recognize this voice?
You've
Harold?
never heard this voice before.
Okay.
So, in the end, I must admit, this is certainly be a good play, right? Of your tasks and all this. Never imagined you would have so many scapegoats. The years have been kind to me. The true emperors have blessed me for so long. And the Ninth Synod? They are ready for when the time comes. Wonderful. Then I just might have to go do a little shopping. And as she prepares to walk away, she then pauses, looks over her shoulder. I'm sure that collateral won't be too much of an issue. All things will be paid in full. Very good then. And she just almost like skips off to whatever she's about to do. And the scrying ends. So, youth Umeko, you both see almost simultaneously Gale saying, Gale just dropped, just like dropping F-bombs while Daphne is seeming to be crushed.
Is she on the ground, like flat on the ground right now?
Yeah,
With the
she's
broken
flat on the
ear, like, in
ground.
front of her?
Yeah, in front of everyone, and you see the cracks on the floor too.
Totally worth it.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Everything's great.
And
s-
you notice the mirror is shattered.
oh no.
I
Yes.
might have pissed him off.
So we got zombies now?
Why do we have zombies? Who's the
spec-
zombie?
The specter, let's see. The specter was in a bamboo forest walking. Then he's walked in front of some rocks. Said something, "We will regain our honor."
Okay.
Fine. Some people might find this shameful, but we will regain our honor. Knelt down, grabbed a scroll, spoke in a language I don't know. And then a explosion, and then 2 arms popped out from the grave, and it was other members of, well, it was in older armor, possibly from the kin, and other beings
What color
popping out.
was it?
DM, did I?
You would have seen it was. You would have seen the symbol of the kin as well as the dark forest green of the armor.
It was a symbol of the kin. It was dark forest green.
Would that be of would that be of armor of like an upper ranking soldier DM or like?
Give me a history check with advantage.
Okay.
Daphne's slowly getting up off the ground. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Raoul the one in charge of turning Kinoto's dad's bones to dust?
That's what I'm thinking. I think he may have just resurrected.
Not 20, so 25.
Okay.
Very nice.
You would know that is, from what you remember, that is the standard armor color of the kin. You would remember because you had fought alongside with the kin during that conflict. You had seen this before, and you know that there are a few areas in the forest that have these sort of burial sites for those who died in that particular battle. So the fact Raul was there, probably these are people that you had fought alongside with, and he just pretty much disturbed their rest.
Youth, would you know of an area that is a thick bamboo forest? Because that is where...
There is too many of those, Gale. That is literally my entire life spent there.
where kin soldiers died.
That's a good
Wasn't
portion
that
of the
the
kin
same-
territory.
Wasn't that the same area that you had that flashback to?
A different area, but there was a burial site nearby as well.
Okay. It's still a broad statement to go off of, but I mean,
Okay.
probably there.
So yeah, we got
So-
zombies from him.
I might have said a few things to the first emperor, and now he wants me dead.
Oh, that's cute.
I called him a pathetic little boy trying to play God, and that his brother would be so disappointed in him, and that I didn't owe him a true response. And then he forced me to kneel, and I said, "You're still pathetic because the only way you're making me do this is through magic."
Daphne
Oh,
Nightshade.
Gale Windleaf.
What the
I
hell?
I don't listen to any person that claims to be a would-be god and forces me to kneel.
Yep, I'm gonna go tell Thal about this.
Why are we bringing him up? Also,
You have-
side note, you now knows I'm the champion of the maiden.
Wonderful. Our ace up our sleeve is now revealed.
Well, I also told him how history
Wow.
has a nasty habit of repeating himself, so he should prepare for his burial.
Eustace just puts up a finger to her chin and she like prodding at her bottom lip, and she's like, people were worried about me spilling all the secrets, and now look where we're at. And she just waves a hand over everyone. I mean, like, come on, man. Like, I wouldn't. And she just like turns around and throws her hands up.
On the plus side,
Lydia,
he wasn't the one scrying.
Lydia, what did you find out?
Well, Daphne wasn't done.
Oh, sorry.
He wasn't the one scrying.
He didn't know why I was there. I think he tried to look to see, but apparently the maiden might have given me a bit of a boost with that.
And so then you totally got cocky and told him off.
No, I started getting cocky before he tried looking into my mind and seeing.
What kind of protagonist syndrome is this?
It's the kind where he started acting cocky, so I was matching his energy. Like I was taught to do at a very young age.
Right, so you're not gonna scry on him anymore.
I kind of can't, she says, looking at the mirror.
Well, if we replace that, you're not scrying him on anymore.
I know, I'm definitely
But
not.
it was fun to see how easily he got riled up.
And it was totally not fun watching you get crushed from this side and not be able to do anything.
Daphne, if you notice now around you that there is cracks in the flooring, and it seems to have divoted a little.
I am completely and utterly fine.
Is the
Didn't feel a
structural
thing.
integrity of this balcony now okay for all of us from standing on?
I was gonna say.
I don't feel a thing. He didn't do anything.
That is a lie.
I'm completely and utterly fine.
You were gonna
That
suffer the consequences of your own actions.
Yep.
If I see him in my walls tonight, I'm just gonna point him your way.
Well, on the other hand, author is working on a play, apparently.
Good for her.
Well, okay, sassy pants, go in the corner and calm down. A cloaked figure, so I didn't get to see his face, gimped towards her youth, and spoke in a voice that I have never heard before. And what is the one who's been scrying on the courtroom, and said that the Ninth Synod is ready for her whenever she's ready, and she's gonna go shopping. And he assured her that all expenses will be covered, and she skipped away like a happy little schoolgirl.
Oh, that's
What did
so
the voice
cute.
sound like?
Male, croaky, graggly. Think of like Slop-a-Dop, but definitely not Slop-a-Dop. Definitely
Are
like
we
that.
sure it wasn't
I don't
Slop-a-Dop?
care to remember his voice. That does not help me.
DM? Did Zontoul walk with a gimp? Because the voice, to meta knowledge, it sounded similar to his voice.
Oh, Zontoul. Zontoul, do you remember? Nope.
Wasn't that the nice guy in the Za?
No, that's a broken ghost person.
That's a broken ghost person.
Finish last.
Yeah, no, this is nope. It's not
Okay.
it's not the same voice. I'll reassure you on that one.
Okay, it
am I
sounded
just-
very similar.
I'm like, am I describing this voice correctly? Because I don't even know. Because
It's been such a long time since I did Zontoul's voice, to be honest.
I just remember it was scraggly like that. That's what I remember.
Mm-hmm.
regardless, we now know who's responsible for scrying, and they're working with the author.
DM,
Yes.
is there anything to check, like, what the time is if we're getting closer?
To the hour.
Yeah. So I was actually about to say, I would say at this point we'd be halfway. So
Okay.
want to make sure that if there's anything else that you guys wanted to do, we still have that time. But if not, we can go ahead and go right to the
We need to
courtroom.
let the kin know about the zombies.
Well, we can't exactly do that right now.
Why not?
Do you
I
just want to
mean-
shoot a message to Kinoto?
Kinoto's here. Kinoto's here. He can't do
s-
anything. Who's in charge of the kin?
I mean,
right now.
technically, Thal's been in the Kinwoods. You want to message Thal? And see if
Yeah,
you can
you-
go hunt something down?
I wasn't saying
I
that we
don't want him to
physically
go up
cannot-
against an army of zombies.
You're saying youth?
That sounds like a terrible time.
Maybe we should
Wait, what was that? What did Harold
Just-
say?
Youth. It's youth's turn.
maybe we should wait to tell him instead of telling him in the middle of a court trial and then making us rush along things.
True.
That's just going to cause anxiety, and we don't need that right now because, well, we're kind of in something important right now, so...
You just can't text, hey, there's an emergency, and shut your phone off.
If there's an emergency, TTYL, heart emoji.
TTYL.
We don't even know if it's exactly in the kin, to be fair.
And to be quite honest, it's not much we can do right now anyways. If we leave, it's gonna be dropped.
Yep.
Youth, I have a question for you. What is the kin's views on... Herald, would I have recognized that as necromancy?
It's zombies. I'm pretty sure it's necromancy.
Raising
Give
the
me an
dead.
Arcana check.
Okay, I'm gonna guide myself on that.
But so the cloaked figures scrying on the courtroom. But are those letters now from the author? That's the only connection I can possibly make.
17.
Seems like necromancy, but what made it a bit off to you was the fact that the person seemed to be almost fully, like, as if he had never had, like, there was any decay in his flesh. It just seemed like a pale state. And that there wasn't chunks of flesh missing or anything. So it was very strange.
Oh. Okay, so new tale. Not really zombies, because
Could be.
there was
Or maybe not.
there was no decay in any of the bodies that I saw. It looked like they were just in a pale state.
Ghosts?
I mean, that'd be more on brand.
And it would match up with Tarot's explanation of what Thal's doing in the Kinwoods. But now
Did they
my
have a
question...
corporeal... Oh.
No, go ahead.
Did the bodies have a corporeal form? Like, was it see-through, or was it...
It was really hard to tell from the scrying.
Okay.
Because they did have that glow about them.
Okay.
My question now is, though, if we know that cloaked figure was the one that was scrying with the author, is the author the one sending us these notes? How
You
would
saw the
author...
script. Is it the ready match?
Oh, yeah, I saw over her shoulder while she was writing the playwright. Does the writings match?
Give me an intelligence check.
Ooh, guidance.
Inspiration.
Okay.
Add that D something or other.
10, 12, what is
D10.
that now?
Hold on. No, once been a hot minute.
We're 16.
You add a D12.
Okay. D12 and guidance on an intelligence check. Ooh, buddy, let's go. Oh, buddy, let's go.
Roll high with that D12.
Hey, it's
And
12.
Yay!
There's 22. 24.
24.
You saw the script, the way it was written. It definitely did not seem to match in that the sense of you saw that with the letter that Youth and Umeko had received, that it was much more elegant. Like it was like like strokes with a purpose. This seemed almost more like very much taking notes, just not even having any sort of anything delicate about it. It was
like when I write a note to someone, I like to make my handwriting nice and neat.
Yeah, but you could just tell just from because with that 24, you're able to tell. Nope, it doesn't match up.
Okay, no. So author's handwriting does not match that.
Okay.
Those notes. Itham, do you remember anyone's handwriting from courts?
Yes.
Asking a lot.
Yes, I do remember a few people from the court. I mean, I've seen some official documentation, so...
Daphne just holds up the
check
letter.
Handwriting? I will guide you on this if you
I will
need
give you another. I will use another inspiration.
guidance.
Can you double guidance?
No.
No.
Nope.
Come on,
We-
blood
You rolled a
dice.
2 on the Bardic Inspiration.
Oh,
Buddy!
buddy!
Oh, on the Bardic Inspiration.
10,
What did you
12.
roll on the D20?
You rolled a 14 in total.
Buddy, come on. I said I was asking for a lot.
You just... I can't... There's not much I can tell from this, but... I mean, at the very least, it doesn't seem to be of our sort of penmanship. That's all I could tell, really.
Well, I would hope Lydia's not sending us letters as inspiration through the diplomats. Lidizel, why do I have a feeling that'd be something you would do?
Because it's fun. I
She would
need
be-
to
So-
be entertained some way.
So with the last bit of time, youth, Umeko, what do you two plan on doing? Or are you prepared to go into the courtroom?
Mentally ready.
Okay. Umeko?
Can I cast Borrowed Knowledge on myself?
You're making me pull up all the notes for these things. Let's take a look.
I have it right here.
Hi, Nacho.
Let's see.
But it lasts for an
Oh.
hour, and it gives me proficiency in something I lack.
Okay.
So I want to get myself proficiency with history checks.
Okay. I love that you're pulling up all these obscure spells.
I've never heard of that spell.
It's from Strixhaven.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really
a
fun.
cleric thing. So yeah, now I'll have the proficiency on history checks
Mm-hmm.
for the next hour, which I'm assuming is the rest of the trial.
Okay.
Hopefully.
All right. So, with that, the doors open once more, and you see that the guards enter, and you see that one of them looks down at the ground, a bit perplexed by the sudden crack and crater-like circle, and then
There was a bird.
And then they just say, so it is time. The court is back in session.
Oh boy, here we go.
I need my emotional support cat.
Well,
Guys,
let's go finish
question.
this.
Even
Yep.
though
Mhm.
even though we don't know the name, should we tell
We don't even have a physical description. We just have what. Do you know how many people possibly have a scraggly masculine voice with a gimp in a country?
What about how many people have been in the room with a scraggly voice and a gimp? They can only scry in the room if they've been in there.
I mean, we can try flagging down Caravis and telling her, but I don't know if she's going to know.
We can try. We can't work directly with the Baise.
They're waiting for you inside.
Yes,
Oh,
thank
sorry.
you. Sorry about the bird, apparently.
They're just looking at the
Walks
ground
into-
as they escort you in, just looking like, what happened?
It was Big Bird.
It was a panic
Shush.
response. Sorry.
you shish kebabbed a raven?
No, we don't do that here.
we leave the ravens alone.
Ravens are friends.
Ravens are friends, not.
So,
Yeah, right, pandemic.
Yeah, if them. Okay, going back in. Court time. Let's go.
yes. So, as you enter, you see that everyone seems to be back in the courtroom, and you hear the voice once again from the Divine Raven. As you are all seated, the court will now commence once again, and you all see this this glow from the floor once more. For a brief moment, seems to be that of the same circular pattern before it disappears. And it is at this time, Cannabis steps forward. I would like to call Youth to the stand.
She stands up and bows respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll go up to the stand.
Mm-hmm.
You got this. We believe in you.
And as this happens, she looks to you. Carvis gives you a reassuring smile before looking at her notes before looking to you. Youth. From what we understand, you have been in service to the kin for quite some time, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you kind of served as a bit of the security for Kinoto?
Yes.
So, with your task, it would be fair to say that you had to be prepared for any sort of threat that was made his way, which means looking for warning signs, correct?
Yes.
What are some warning signs you would look for?
She pauses. Hold on. Did not expect this. Well, namely, whenever there's unannounced visitors in the area, especially approaching the palace, but then there isn't too much because we haven't really had a problem with it before.
So it would be fair to say that you would be looking at one's body language, correct?
Yes.
With that in mind, you were there when this whole incident took place, correct?
Yes.
So, with your experience, and especially serving as security, could you explain for us as to what were some signs that Iro is to be the traitor?
It wasn't technically me who came up with that.
Well, and just so we understand, what are some signs that you would that you see from Iro that give off that feeling that he is one of these, similar to, as you say, unannounced guests?
TM, I was not a part of any of the planning for this.
That's okay.
Nor the discussion. So just shakes her head and says, I wasn't a part of any of this. I was simply brought along to make sure everything went smoothly. Wasn't my suspicions, it was others.
Mm-hmm. But you would agree that they are of sound mind. Their logic. What was their logical reason for it, in your own words?
Well, it was said that there appeared to be members of the faithful within the area. And said proof was proven to be correct upon further investigation. But other than that, I didn't hear any specifics of what they may have been discussing.
So and you just see that for a moment. She's like, you could tell with your passive insight, she's trying to phrase it in a way to. She's like, okay, let's try going about this a different way. Help with the case. What to you, from what you had seen and experienced while in the land of the Kree, and also with Kree Iro, from whether you had an interaction with him or just from what you witnessed, what were signs that gave off that he seemed there's something off or suspicious about him?
Like I said, it wasn't any of my... none of this was any of my suspicions. It was everyone else's. I was sort of dragged along for it. I had no suspicions whatsoever, and everyone else here decided to address it themselves. I had no idea what we were doing in the first place until we got there.
It's at this moment, youth, with your robe of eyes, you notice something. On the ground, there is no sign of any arcane.
Was there some before?
When you had entered... So, actually, give me a history check. At advantage.
Okay.
Because we're at advantage because we are recalling things from the past.
Yeah. That should be a 21, 22.
You remember from the time you had seen, from the time that you had spent with Kinoto, when you were there for the trial as a witness before, you had noticed the arcane glow before, and it would stay there. You had seen before with the Black Wolf's trial, the arcane glow was still there, as you could see with your robe of eyes.
What school of magic was it?
You would remember that this was the spell, this is because you rolled so high, that it was Zone of Truth.
Wait. Hang on. She's gonna look up and ask, and she says, forgive me, I know I'm not supposed to be the one asking the questions here, but there is something missing that is very vital to this trial. The Zone of Truth is not casted here now.
You hear Karatako raises and says, that was not the question I was asked, and we had seen it just being cast.
It's not there. She sits up and she stands up. It's supposed to be there for every trial. If it is not there, we cannot continue with it because we can't tell who's telling the truth or not.
Both of them look towards the Divine Raven, the sphere. Before you hear the voice in your head, youth. Is there a way you can prove this?
Someone go ahead and put this on. You'll see. And she, takes the cloak off, and she's just like, who wants to do it?
Give me a persuasion check.
Come on, youth.
Okay. Okay, what's...
Okay. Back to magic.
It's fine, don't worry. So with reliable talent, it's a 23.
Okay. It pods. Before one of the Baise step down from the perch. Takes a hold of it. Finds it a bit strange, especially seeing that one of the eyes is looking right at it. And just carefully puts it on. Takes it off. He is correct, it is not here. Divine Raven goes silent. For the remainder of this trial, we will ensure that it is cast upon. The Baise will stay in the center of the courtroom to ensure that it is being cast. And as that happens, Zone of Truth is cast. Do any of you plan on resisting?
Nope.
Nope.
I mean, I'll
No.
try. Fuck
Okay,
it.
sure, go
I'll
ahead.
try.
Go
I'll
ahead.
see if I can.
Let's go.
What is it?
So if I'm correct, it's wisdom save?
Zone of Truth is a wisdom save.
Yeah.
Sure, fuck it. We'll try it. 18.
Oh wait, it's
Force of
charisma.
habit.
Sorry,
It's charisma. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, make it the charisma.
Charisma?
modifier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you just add the charisma modifier. Don't need to roll it.
Where's my charisma? 1.
Okay.
So
15.
15.
Okay. Noted. So,
Fuck it, I'll try it.
okay. So, and as this happens, Cadavis looks to the Divine Raven, says, "With your permission, we would like to no longer have her be on the stand." That I cannot do.
Oh no.
The defense must also have their fair share of asking questions. And then you see for a moment that there's this slight tinge of frustration before she sighs and says, "I have no further questions." And Karatak steps up. So, youth, you had spent, as we have established, that you have worked for Kinoto quite some time. What exactly did you do for him? What were some things you had done in the past?
I helped alongside in the war.
In what capacity?
Both as, if I remember this correctly, DM, she did some double agent work, didn't she, or what?
You sent to me telling that she basically did all the espionage,
Oh,
sabotage.
Yeah. Well, worked under espionage and sabotage, and occasionally on the front lines, but
So mostly causing so nothing that's really of which security related, you might say.
I mean, if you take into account when I'm not on those duties, I do security, yes.
Now, one thing that I understand is that before the conflict, we had not heard much or anything about you. In fact, you sort of just appeared one day. What were you doing beforehand? Before the conflict? And then you just hear from Caravis, I object to this. There is no relevancy regarding this. Sustained. Then, allow me to ask, so why exactly did you join this group exactly of the guests, these honored guests?
I was assigned to.
Assigned to by who?
Kenoto himself.
We would like to call Kenoto as a witness. Shall be granted.
Wait. I thought she joined us because Black Wolf hired her.
Originally, but then I think Kenoto told her to stay with us.
No, so what happened, let me clarify this out of character.
Mm-hmm.
At first it was Black Wolf that did hire her, but then upon arrival to Kenoto with the rest of the group, he had suspicions about Umeko and then had youth join up with them. So she was technically assigned further.
That is true. So that's how, and she is telling the truth here, as you can tell by that being cast.
Well then.
So in a sense, you were acting as a double agent.
In a sense.
What were you doing when that incident had taken place in the Kree capital?
Running for my life.
Did you take part in any of the combat that was taking place?
Indeed, I did.
In what capacity?
She raises 4 fingers, 4 dead.
So you admit that you've killed 4 of the soldiers of the Kree.
Yes.
Do you believe that it could have been prevented?
No.
Why is that?
I mean, seeing that there was a member of the faithful right under your noses, we had no capacity to believe that you were truly on our side.
Seems to nod. So with that understanding, anyone that resided in the Kree, in the land of the Kree, is considered an enemy to you in that moment.
No, actually. The ones who came after us were. Because what good is there to defend a member of the faithful when, from what I assume, some of your own were speaking with, actually.
No further questions. And Karatak turns and walks back, and you are dismissed from the stand, youth.
I swear if anything comes back to bite me in the butt, oh crap.
Then it's Karatak's turn. I'd like to call Eklon to the stand.
Ooh. Does Eklon walk with a limp?
You watch as he just walks, carrying his staff, but he doesn't seem to be leaning on it or anything. He's just walking normally.
Okay.
Before he sits down, he looks to him. Eklon, you have been serving as the court of mage for years. That is correct, I have. And so you are essentially one of the inner circle of the Emperor himself. In a sense. Well, considering that you have the same access as to everything, even as not only of the Lotuses, but also, even more so, as you served as a bit of his advisor. That is true. Then I can't help but wonder, why would you go about undermining the Emperor in such a way?
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
What do you mean? Well, if you consider the situation, you speak to the honored guests of the Emperor, who are here as guests. I believe there is a difference between an agent and a guest, correct? There is. So then why did you bypass the Baizé? What? And he just looks Karatak looks to the Divine Raven. I'd like to present the evidence, the record of which of the Baizé and all the requests and whistleblowers. Now, and he just shows it to Eklon. So we're looking through the pages here. Do you see of anything mentioning about traitors? The suspicion of a traitor among the nobility, or any sort of strange activities from them? I do not. You do not. Did you or did you not take action, take your own liberty to ask them, people who have no reason to be involved in the internal affairs of the country? You ask them to step up, and not only hiding this information from the Baizé, but also not even letting them know at all about any of these strange happenings. Eklon stays silent. As there seems to be a moment where he's trying to speak, but his mouth is shut. You had bypassed the Baizé. You didn't even let the intelligence of the Empire know about your possible findings. Did you, with intent of having them put their own lives at risk, did you choose to ask for aid from outside instead of the Baizé? You must answer. Yes. I have no further questions as he walks away. Canovis steps forward. Eklon, your loyalty to the Emperor, whom rules Ivhan, is with you are loyal unto death. Is that correct? I am. And surely with that understanding, there had to be a reason as to why you would not seek the Baizé's help. Why is that? Well, I feared that someone within the Baizé was in on this. You still hold that fear to this day? I do. So, you chose to bypass the proper authorities for the sake of the Emperor, is that correct? It is, for I feared who, I'm not sure who I could trust. I could not trust. I feared that the Baizé might have been on this. I feared even one of the 8 Lotuses were in this. So, tell us, how did you exactly come to this conclusion? I was within my studies. And I was making preparations for the festival and everything, but I had received I found a strange letter in my office. What did this letter say? It said do not share this with anyone, but there will be an attack. Make preparations. And this letter, did you find any sort of evidence as to who it might have been? There was no signature with it, but I could tell that it was excellent penmanship. So someone had told you and warned you not to tell anyone else? Yes. Now, what did you do in response to this? Well, considering that if anyone had the confidence to make an attack against the Capidol, I was certain that it had to be someone who knows the defense as well. Someone with access that would rival that of my own, which could be either the Baizé or one of the clan or one of the 8 Lotuses. So, what did you do with this information? Try to make the proper preparations. I had been scrying on the festival, seeking out anyone who might be of use. And I had recognized one of them. And who is it that you recognized or felt some confidence in to tell this to? By the way, skill inspiration for Daphne. The one who is known as Umeko. And how did you reach out to her? I told one of the Baizé there is someone whom I know and wanted their help for what was to come. So I requested for one of the Baizé to be sent out. And with this, and how did they assist when this attack happened? Vaise provided them the secret entrance into the palace. Knowledge that which shared not only among the Vaise, but also you. Considering your the amount of authority you hold, it is no issue or no reason for them to question as to why you would make such an order, correct? Yes. Now, one last question. Why would you choose the outsiders compared to someone within the Baise or any one of the clans? The situation is so delicate that the only ones whom I felt I could trust were those with very limited knowledge. No further questions. And there's a moment of pausing before, as there seems to be this little small break as they're conversing with each other, but Caravis approaches you all. Well, that certainly changed the tide of things.
No shit. We didn't know. Eklon asked us to help, but we didn't know that he knew of Umeko before.
We thought it was completely random, or at least I did when the Baise picked Umeko up and flew her into the palace.
We thought he asked for our help because we're the honored guests of the Emperor.
Honestly, literally the only reason why part of us even followed the night of that festival is because one of us thought someone was kidnapping a child.
Yeah, kind of. No offense, Umeko. You were far away, it was dark, we just saw an Aarakocra carrying what appeared to be a small child.
I think it's the first time Youth has heard this.
Wait, which one?
About them mistaking Umeko for a child as she's being flown off.
The night of the festival. It was chaotic. There was people running everywhere. We looked up and one of our former party members thought Umeko was a child being kidnapped and being brought into a burning building.
Youth just crouches down next to Umeko. I thought you were Lydia's kid at first. And she says it with the biggest,
We're not same race. What?
You're short enough that you look like a kid, so I mean...
Need to remind you, court is still in session.
So you're short too, Youth.
So I'm thinking.
Does Eklon still have the letter that he got?
I'm not sure if he does, but it's a bit.
We've received letters too.
You did.
Daphne brings out her letters, the letters they've been reading, also by someone who's well educated, giving us warnings.
Would that be?
We don't know. We tried scrying to see if it was possibly one of the faithful numbers, and nothing so far. But if he still has it, then that's another connection.
There is a thing.
Does it have anything to do with the case?
I was gonna tell them about the possible person that is scrying that was scrying on us.
Oh.
Lydia did a scrying and found we don't know the identity, but found the person who was scrying on us of the case. Scraggly voice of a man who walked with a gimp.
Unfortunately, his face was covered, so I didn't get the full reveal of who he is. But he is in cahoots with the author who, last we checked, was in the Kara territory.
And he has been at least in this room once to scry on it.
Her eyes narrow for a moment. She's thinking before looking to you all. I believe it's time we go for the throat and end this.
Very well. We leave it in your hands.
We follow your lead, literally.
Got it.
And then she...
Gale whispers to Daphne. I'm safe.
So...
Do
so
it, be
she...
a kill shot.
So she
I like
looks...
the kill shot.
She looks over and she just says, I would like to call Iro to the stand.
Fine, you're safe for now.
Ha.
You live another day, Gale.
And as he approaches, Canavis steps forward. Iro, I understand that, as we both understand, we have found a little bit of a issue regarding our procedure for a time. But I would not repeat the same questions as we're taking consideration that this is, well, that you've been truthful this whole time. Though, I must ask though, we understand that you've had your dealings with the Golden Demon. Also understand that you had the interest in purchasing weapons, guns in particular. All this for survival. Tell me, what was that threat? See for a moment that he's trying to speak, but once more, because of the zone of truth, it's quiet before finally speaking. The enemy that was within the walls. Within the walls. I see. That is why you ordered your soldiers to capture them. You ordered them to be captured, correct? Yes. And tell me, why did you deem them as such a threat that you would not only willingly arrest those who are honored guests of the Emperor? Why not just have them executed? Why not just finish them on the spot? Because that was never my intention. It wasn't your intention. Then tell me, why did you send in soldiers? Armed and with particular orders? Why did you want them killed? Why did you want any of this? Why in the nine hells? Didn't you just have the job finished? And he's trying to speak, but it seems that his mouth's being restrained even more so, like to a point it's like almost like as if there's bindings. You must answer the questions. You must answer truthfully. And a moment goes past, another, before she looks to the Divine Raven, says, like to formally make a request that as she's beginning, which Daphne, from your experience, this is as like the equivalent of a lawyer making an issue of like misconduct in the courtroom. Like, this is that sort of big deal thing that she's about to request about Kreiro for not answering the question, before he finally says, because they were not the intended targets. Then she turns and looks. Who was your target then? Who were you aiming? Who were you trying to kill? I was trying to kill the faithful! The faithful? Okay, surely this doesn't make any sense. Why would you target them because they were not the intended targets? I had every intention of having them finish that night. That embassy was meant to be a death trap. So you say. Then why that night of all nights? Because the duelists had mentioned that they were planning to invade the False Confederacy. They were going to use that as the base of operation. That was meant to be their way of transporting troops. All those people in there were soldiers that were meant to go and invade and take over the islands. Why did you work alongside with them? And do you notice that there's a bit of a change in her demeanor as it turns from one that's just trying to win a case to much more inquisitive? Why did you let this go for so long? I had no other choice. It was all for survival. What is everyone's perception? No, passive perceptions.
16.
25.
1 second. Oh man. Oh
19.
man. I feel bad now.
As we should.
26.
Youth? I think Youth might be AFK.
Maybe. Fuck.
Take a look. Or might be fine with the bugs. I'll take a look.
We got the wrong gun!
Fuck!
It's
But
the
who
broad-
gave him the Cray relic?
Then why did they kidnap Talus from her bed and what?
You get
Yeah.
for the guns.
That doesn't mean you kidnap a girl in her bed in the middle of the night.
Okay. Youth. Your passive perception is 21, correct? Probably went AFK. Yeah. Just poke her once she's back and let her know about this information, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
As he says this, you notice on his tongue,
No.
on near the edge of the back, you see a similar mark to what Damara had.
No!
Daphne stands up.
Oh my god.
Stay seated.
Tongue.
Curse!
Tongue.
Daphne, what are you saying about tongue?
Check his tongue, check his tongue.
Check his tongue.
same thing tomorrow?
Yes.
Your Honor?
You will wait. That's what Divine Raven says. Just
Great
as-
Earl can die right now if he says the wrong thing.
give me a
There's a
persuasion check, Lydia.
Oh no!
Come on, Lydia. Come on, Lydia. If this is ever a time to roll in that 20, it is now.
Don't do this to me. Persuasion, you said?
Persuasion.
Oh god, let's hope my expertise can do this.
Come on.
25?
Okay. Pauses. Baise. And the one of the Baise just drops down. Not the one that's casting the spell, but one grabs the jaw, opens it, and looks. He does have the mark. And it's at this point, she pauses. If you can answer this, do you? What is first? Why did you give the relic away? He stays silent. All right. Then can you answer this? Simple yes or no. Do you know who the traitor is?
He nodded. This is Paulina, not Daphne.
Yeah. And with that, she says, no further questions. And the Divine Raven calls out, gotta talk. I will not, due to the nature of the situation, I believe it is wise that we do not continue this. Very well. We shall... My decision is as follows. I declare this to be a mistrial on the grounds of new information and the circumstance of the accused. And as this happens, you just hear mutters and chatters among the audience of the various clan members. Now, I must ask, while this is all happening, is there anyone in particular you're looking to or interacting with at this time? I'm gonna go one by one. Starting with, I'll go from bottom to top. So, Youth, are you here with us?
Yes. Who was the one that tried to interrupt Youth when she was pointing out the zone of truth?
That was Karatak.
She's gonna be looking at him.
Give me an insight check.
Insight. Not my beloved, my behated, I guess. 12.
You see, it's the good news is that it's not that hard to spot, but you just see. After that is declared a mistrial, you just see a sigh. You see a sense of relief from Karatak as he releases a sigh, and you even see that his wings rest as he's just like. Lydia.
Oh god. What was the question? Who were like interacting?
Yeah, are you
with?
interacting
Who
or
are we
looking at someone in
watching?
particular? Who are you watching?
I was thinking out of the corner of my eye, like slightly watching Itham. To see if he has any reaction to any of this.
He's just like, what the heck just happened? Like, he's just like, what? Just like absolute blindsided him as he's just watching this happen.
Yeah.
He doesn't watch enough true crime.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Lydia just like shouted out in the middle of a courtroom, flowers, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. I understood.
Gale,
Caraviz.
give me an insight check with her.
Okay.
Also, you forgot Umeko.
Don't worry, I was planning to have Umeko go next. I'm just going from what I see on my layout.
Oh,
Yeah, he's
okay.
snaking around.
Yep, snaking around.
Damn it.
She seems to be rather
Everyone's in
stoic.
shock.
But you just see, like, she still has that inquisitive look about her as she's watching all this.
Would it be possible to call her over real quick?
Possibly, but we'll get there in a moment. I'm going through everyone first.
Yep.
Umeko.
Does anyone other than what was it, Kairo, look tense?
Out of the daimios?
The
Just
daimyo.
anyone in this room? I assume the Isaiah also looks tense.
Oh, the
but-
Baizé definitely look tense. They are like, okay, we just discovered it's pretty much the equivalent of like, okay, we just discovered a bomb strapped to this guy.
Yeah,
True.
but yeah, if there's anyone else that looks tense.
You would actually notice the Emperor looks tense as he's just
We fucked up.
like,
We fucked up.
he's trying to keep his composure, but he's just part of his face is hidden behind his hands as he's just watching the courtroom.
Do we lock eyes for a second?
You do lock eyes with him as he's just like, but he doesn't seem to have any sort of mean look about or anything. He's just like, it's more like things just got serious, very serious here.
Can I give him a look back that means no shit?
Yeah, absolutely. Daphne.
We possibly almost just killed a man. That's the thought that's going through Daphne's mind because she's now having flashbacks to Delmara having the same curse. So she's looking at the man with a bomb strapped to his tongue.
And then with that, the court is dismissed and everyone is set to leave. They escort him out rather quickly due to the nature of the situation, leaving behind interestingly enough, the Emperor is staying behind as well as Kreiro and the Baizé and the Divine Raven. Everyone else is leaving.
Were we told to leave as well?
You are dismissed as well.
Yeah.
Can we try to stay?
Do what?
Inform.
We can't cure the curse. We tried that with Delmara.
But inform
Refresh
them of
my memory. Good.
Inform them that we have encountered this type of magic before, because wasn't it the author that put that curse on Delmara?
She also put it on Aquina. And you have to be very careful because here's the thing. The author had collateral with it. So if they try to remove it, I imagine the author has something in place to deal with the loved ones.
So I'm wondering if the author is the one who has... The author, or possibly even the first emperor, placed this curse on Kreiro.
Damn. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sorry, we might want to inform them of this information.
I don't think Kreiro wants anything to do with us at this point because we kind of just literally dragged his name through the mud.
Tell the emperor, not Kreiro.
DM,
Yes, Lydia.
refresh my memory. Being like proficient with arcane and like medicinals and curses and whatnot. This type of thing I remember with Delmar, there should be a matching one. Like it gets put on 2 parties, or is it only put on 1 party?
It's put on 1 party.
Or
But
is
it's
it
like a signature.
okay? Because I didn't know if it was on 2 people, like a mutual agreement, or
This is
No,
not
so
the revived pandemic version. I can tell you that.
So
Yeah,
so
okay.
what I remember was that Delmara and Aquina both had them. But Delmara played illusion to it, that if we tried to disrupt it, then her friends and family would get killed. Because the person who cast it would know.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should inform the Emperor about this, though.
I think he already might be aware.
We jump to conclusions.
Is the Emperor still up in his box?
Oh no, he's swooping. He's flying down towards Creiro and the.
I think we should leave.
We should.
You see where Eklon went?
Eklon is actually has left the courtroom. He was one of the people that I had left as well.
He might have gone back to his office.
True. If anything, I want to see if the writing that he has from the letter is the same as ours. We will find some way to make up Creiro at a different date. But right now, I think we should leave. Because I doubt he wants to see us now. Yes, you can tell the Emperor about the curse, but maybe wait until after his talk with Creiro.
I was going to just say a message, say a sending. We have encountered this type of magic before with one of the faithful, with one of Daphne's friends. Same exact magic. Be careful. It does not break.
There's no response, but you know he definitely received the message.
He can respond at a later date.
Youth.
He's left you on red right now, though.
Yeah. Youth,
Yep.
well, what are you doing at this time? The court has been dismissed.
Was Kenoto present?
Oh, he was present, and as everyone is leaving, you would see Kenoto as he's exiting as well.
She's just kind of giving the guilty look, like, oh no, like eyes wide, just watching him walk out.
Because you're down at the ground level, he's in the balcony level, so that's where he's leaving.
Yeah.
They fly off into the distance.
It's Blinky. He's come to kidnap youth again, Umeko again.
Oh my god. What else can we do at this point other than sit and wait?
Grovel. Beg for forgiveness.
Youth is gonna walk out
Send a lifetime of fruit baskets.
to meet up with Kenoto.
Okay.
Let's always get out of the courtroom. Sometimes some people need their space before they can accept an apology.
I say we wait at least a year.
Sure.
Well, I don't know what's a decent time, because I mean, I'm just starting to forgive my parents, and I haven't spoken to them in over a century.
Yes, but we know you can be a petty ass. Let's go.
Hey! I'm not! Name one time!
I'm already walking away.
We need to warn the Fall of Confederacy somehow.
I don't think we need to, because we dealt with it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
To my knowledge, anyway? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was sounding like from what Creiro said, that the beacon and the attack was for the Confederacy.
He said they were that they seemed to be using that place as as an entry point into the Confederacy.
Okay.
You
In
might
that
want
case,
to send a message
Daphne's
to...
gonna take out the wire and start wrapping around and around. Who do I send this to that won't cause a panic?
Seraph?
No.
Skill,
Master of Guards?
skill inspiration for Lydia for the sass.
Ooh, thank you.
Okay, question for the DM.
Yes.
Who... Because here's the thing, the Confederacy is made up of a bunch of small islands.
Correct.
So it would be very foolhardy for Daphne to assume it's straight to her island.
It depends. So it all depends really, because keep in mind it is a confederacy, so they each of the rulers have equal say.
Right. Which island is the biggest? Is it Daphne's home island?
It's one of the bigger ones, but it's not the biggest.
Okay.
Wilted Rose handle all islands?
Nope, the Wilted Rose is directly hired by Leviathan. Apparently they've been causing some trouble with the other islands, but I will deal with that at a later date. Okay, I'm doing something I never thought I'd do. I'm sending in a message to Serpent.
Okay.
Okay. I gotta do this in 25 words. Night of Dreams has been dealt with. Stopped a potential invasion of the islands. Be alert in case they try something. Magic tomfoolery afoot.
Takes you a moment, because you also know that it is nighttime over there, but...
Ah, fuck! I'm sorry.
But you hear...
This
but
more
you
important
hear...
than your sleep schedule.
But you hear, as it seems that he just almost like suddenly awoke, and he just says, "Understood. I'll let the others. I'll let the other kings know to be on alert, and I'll let the Wilted Rose know as well." And that's the end of his sending.
Good boy. Okay. That's dealt with. Is there anyone else I need to send a message to before I can relax? No?
Not a message, but I think with this, with everything we've found out, we should probably go deal with the author.
I want to see Eklon first. I want to see if he still has that letter and it fits the same penmanship. Because if it is, we've had an ally for a lot longer than any of us have thought. Yes, Lydia, you have that look.
I want to do some things, but I'll let other people do shit
Okay.
first.
All right.
So,
Who wants to come with me to see Eklon? Umeko, do you want to see Eklon?
Oh, I got words for him, buddy.
Okay, Gale, do you want to come with me to see Eklon?
Yeah, I'll go.
Anyone else coming on this little field trip?
Youth has already gone to see Kenoto.
Okay, anyone else? Diar, Delan, Itham,
Go.
Asaraf.
I think, well, it's kind of obvious where we're going.
Yeah, you don't go anywhere without your princess. Okay, let's go. Right back at ya. And Daphne leads the charge to Eklon.
Okay. So, with that, we'll go ahead and go to Youth. So, Youth. It doesn't take you long to actually find Kenoto, as he's with other members of the clan, whom you also see Kinkus and also let's see, Kinkus and Kinklee. And
Oh, the little family reunion. Great. What a great
Yeah.
time to just drop this bomb on them.
And Kinkus just looks at you with a respectful nod, and Kinklee just remains quiet, and as you approach, Well, that certainly was a change of pace.
Yeah, besides that, there's a bit of a problem.
What might
Gale
that be?
told me that, I guess, Rawl or the Spectre was right outside the, like, in one of the bamboo forests. He wasn't very particular with it. Was raising dead from their graves?
There's a... You see... so Kenoto slowly blinks as he just heard this, and you see... Yeah, and Kinklee's eyes just quickly turn back to look at you, just like, what did you just say? While Kinkus... just under his breath, just utters a curse to Rawl before saying, "He dare desecrate the dead like this." Just, I'm ashamed that he shares the same blood as us. Kenoto just looks over his brother. The feeling is mutual, but I guess that means, youth, that they're taking steps now to go after us one more time. Feel brazen about it. Is there anything else that you discovered of note?
Nope, that was about it on that part, but, guess Daphne talked with the first Emperor through scrying. That didn't end well, of course.
I imagine, especially since he's as powerful as he is now. He has all but 2 relics now, as far as I'm aware.
There was... Let's just say through the scrying, he was able to just make cracks in the floor and kind of force her body to the ground. That's just through scrying.
And he also now has the army of what remains of the Za clan. At least their army, at least. And now the fallen of the kin. Well, if there's any consolation from this, we now know that we have a bit more of a lead as to who the traitor is.
Yep.
So that visit to the Cray was not in vain.
No.
Clee,
I'm not too sure, but the others went scrying on people, and I'm not sure what they got out of it. That was the most I heard.
it's still news nonetheless, and we can act accordingly. And Clee speaks up. How are you faring, Elusive? I know that
Continue.
she's gonna say, especially with everything we've learned about Rawl. How are you faring?
You know, just barely, but kind of gotta keep my sanity. I gotta keep my grip on my sanity right now before I just lose it. Yeah, no, I'd say I'm doing great, seeing that I haven't, you know, and then she makes like a gun motion and goes, and sticks her tongue out as she just goes bang with it.
Well. If there's anything that we can do to help you, just let us know.
Of course. I mean, there's not much we can do since everyone's kind of at risk on equal parts.
I'm not saying as someone who is. I'm not saying this, Elusive, as someone speaking to a subordinate. I'm saying this as a friend.
And then Youth just looks at her and says, "You do like me. I thought this whole time you hated me." Oh,
Then
oh my gosh,
you hear Kinku say, "Oh, trust me, she's the people, even her family, she treats like this."
Oh, I thought I was just another burden on her shoulders. Well, that reassures me a lot. Anyways, I'm gonna get back with the group, and she just gives a thumbs up as she awkwardly walks out of the room backwards.
Give me a dexterity save real quick.
Oh. What is my dex save? Oh, it's a +10. That's so awesome and hot. 27.
You feel for a moment you're about to stumble on some stairs, but you catch yourself easily, and you're just like, okay, I'm good. And it's just...
And she's still walking backwards,
like finger guns.
Yeah!
So...
Don't you mean a bird in?
Someone wild magic surge us, please.
No, that was a great pun. She finger gunned her way out. Mine was much less cringe.
So.
Finger guns are the best way. What do you mean?
So, as this happens, you all. So Lydia, Daphne, Gale, Umeko. You make your way to where.
I'm not with them.
Oh,
No,
that's right.
Lydia decided to stay behind with her boys.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
So everyone else, make your way to Eklon's office. And you just see as you see
Kitty.
the door is slightly ajar. And you just
I could make the whole ajar joke, but I won't.
Thank you. But you see the light coming from it as there's definitely seeming to be either it's been in use or is in use.
Because that pun would be too see-through.
God damn it.
Anyways.
Daphne knocks on the door, just...
Oh, come in.
Eklon?
And as you enter, you see him, he's seated on in his chair, and you also see that he seems to have a small cup of, from what you can tell from the smell, is some sake. It's been rough, as it appears to be the case.
Yep, we understand that feeling all too well.
Excuse me. That letter that you got, before the attack happened at the festival, do you still have it?
I believe so. Let me see if I can find that.
Kitty.
Oh, good. He rolled an @20.
Yay!
Hey.
And seems to rummage through for a moment before pulling out this letter. And you see it also has the plain black wax seal of the envelope.
Interesting.
hands it
As
to
Daphne
you.
holds up Daphne makes a show of holding up two of the same letters as she opens it and compares the handwriting. Is it the same handwriting?
Give me an intelligence check at advantage.
Woot!
Guidance?
Roll 1. Roll 2. And then I add a d4. That's a 19.
Take a look and you compare all three. It's the very same.
All right then. Daphne shows him the 2 letters. We've been getting the same ones lately.
Strange.
I don't suppose you recognize the handwriting from maybe one of the daimios?
Or it's the seal.
There is no seal. It's black wax with a blank seal.
Honestly, it's really difficult to tell. Especially because the daimyo all each, if it is their penmanship, they either really did a fair job in hiding it, or as to distinctions or something. Because normally, if it's from a daimyo, we would actually have the seal of their like their personal seal on these things.
So since it is the same, we have an ally. We've had one
Yeah.
for a while.
Problem is, we don't know who it is.
Can I insight him?
Sure. What are you checking for?
I guess I'm looking for a slip up.
Okay.
A slip at the tongue.
If that makes sense.
21.
21.
Go, Umeko.
Very nice.
It seems he, from what you can tell, he is. If there is any sort of deception or anything, it's obviously not there, because you can just tell just from everything that just happened. He's a little bit rattled from it. First being called to this, probably because of being called to the stand, and also the fact seeing one of the daimyos in having that sort of dangerous situation about.
Well, we know at least the author was in contact with Cray Iro. She was the one that placed a similar curse on Delmara and Aquina.
How do they place these curses?
You know what? I can ask. I'm probably gonna wake her up, but you know what? Wait. Do I want to wake up Aquina or Delmara?
Delmara.
You just want me to talk to your girlfriend.
Shh.
Okay, wait. Better question. Of the two, who is a night owl?
Probably Aquina, because you know military and all that fun stuff.
Right, okay. I gotta go talk to the wet blanket. And I'm not just saying that because he's aquatic. Aquina! How did the author place the curse on you? Ran into one of the daimios who has the same one. Also, sorry if I woke you.
There's actually an immediate response.
Duh.
And he says, "Do not worry. It's 4 o'clock here. I'm up by this time."
Of course he is. Answer the question.
She had assistance with placing the mark upon me. One of her doppelgangers.
Oh. Okay. Well,
She does not work alone. And especially when it comes to things involving blackmail.
Okay. So, 1. It is 4 o'clock back home. He's already awake, though, apparently. Like the morning person he is. 2. The author didn't do it herself. She had assistance from her doppelgangers, and apparently it's easier if there's blackmail involved.
Well,
She doesn't
considering
do
if
anything alone, apparently.
well, considering this is Astraf speaking, considering the fact that it's easier to if you blackmail
I thought
someone, they're
Astaroth stayed with Lydia.
oh, that's right, it's Lydia, yeah. So I would say Delan then, just because.
Okay.
Well, considering that blackmail makes people a little bit more inclined to agree, that would certainly make sense.
You blackmailing me on the ship. I'm still mad at you about that.
What did she have to blackmail him with, though? It must have had something to do with the Cray relic, because he wasn't able to say anything about that. Maybe he wasn't the one that gave it. It's not like we can ask him, though, otherwise he will die.
Umeko? Did you find out?
Do we have to? What?
Did you, when you were captured?
He got very defensive when I brought up the relic. But he also didn't necessarily want to work with the guests of the Emperor. Seeing as most of us are not even from this country.
That is fair.
Skill inspiration for Umeko.
So, we have a daimyo who has a curse placed upon him that we can't remove without the author, whoever placed it on him, being made aware it's been removed. And the only way I've seen it being taken off is if the author willingly removed it.
I mean, can we just cut the tongue?
Umeko!
No, wait, she might be onto something.
He's a traitor, take away the ignition, does that not negate the explosion?
Question, DM, since Daphne has proficiency in Arcana, would that work?
Maybe not. It really depends on the nature of the spell or
it
kind of
might...
magic it was used.
I mean, it could stop it. It could set it off. Because it's kind of like okay. It's like what happened with the bakery, where if you toss some things enough, an explosion happens. Even though it wasn't supposed to happen, it still did because you set off a chain of events. Ideally, I don't think they want the daimyo of the Cray to not be able to speak. Just a thought.
This is just a big fucking mess.
Tell me about it. We're partially at fault for it.
I know. But who's the traitor then?
Well, he knows who it is, and...
Can't say.
Okay, question for the DM.
Yes.
If the spellcaster who placed the curse is dealt with, does the curse disappear?
Quite possibly, more than likely.
Alright, you know how we can make it up to him? We deal with the person who cast it. We need to deal with the author. Deal with the author. Great Hero tells the Baizé who the traitor is. Traitor is brought in. Bada boom, bada bing.
That actually sounds like a good plan. We need to go deal with that bitch.
But there's also the issue with the kin. Which reminds me, Daphne brings out her copper wire and doing what I think is possibly her last sending before I have to dip into higher spell slots. Yep, it's her last sending before I have to dip into higher spell slots. Okay. Thal. She's sending it to Thal. You two stop. This is a serious moment here. There is no flirting happening. Serious business. Stop it, both of you. I hate you both. Okay. Raoul is raising the bodies of previous kin soldiers from battlefields. Be on the lookout. Stay safe. Stay hidden. That might be your ghost you're dealing with.
Takes a moment before you hear Thal's voice. Noted. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be certain to treat this delicately. You stay safe as well. And that's where the sending ends.
There's like a soft smile on Daphne's face as she receives the sending.
What did he say?
That he'll be careful.
So I think if he'll be careful, I do think we should go deal with the author.
Umeko, thoughts? Oh, I also know you wanted to talk to Eklon about
You know, I
what
was gonna say, while you
revealed?
guys are doing that, can I get to the other side of his desk and sit on it? So I'm like looking
Sure.
at him.
Sure.
And I just want to grab his cup of sake and move it a little bit away. What do you mean that you recognized me?
I had paid a visit to the monastery. I knew your mentor. He was a good friend of mine. And we would often visit each other. But that was during that was before he took on a pupil. When that happened, he insisted that I pay a visit, and well, that's where I met you. Well, more like I saw you. I didn't exactly make myself known to you.
Gonna say he never mentioned you.
Yes, well, he was also a bit more... The last time we met was not exactly on the best of terms.
Why would that be?
Lover squirrel.
As you it's foolish to think, but before he joined the monastery, he was actually it's awkward to say this even as of now, but when he had joined before he had joined the monastery, he was also we were actually both teachers. We were both the ones who taught the nobility about things from academia to philosophy and whatnot. He focused more on the philosophical aspects, I focus more on the arcane. But he always said that he never found fulfillment in it, even though he was helping the next generation of leaders. I guess in a sense I felt when he had joined the monastery, I felt, well, a bit of abandonment. Because he's like a brother to me. And I felt that he was wasting his talents.
When he says that, I just put my foot on his hand and start to add a little bit of pressure.
Your foot, he's just like, But again, when I had met when I had met him that last time, he had told me about how he had taken on a pupil. To me, I don't know. I guess I felt a bit of jealousy. Jealousy in that he found something of a purpose, fulfillment. I never really had that sort of feeling, even now working here. Since I wanted what he had, I was envious. I took that out on him.
She'll just lift her foot off of his hand.
Yeah. When I saw you, when I was crying and I saw you there, while I did feel that envy, I also felt if this is someone that Akira could trust that much, well, felt that was better to ask someone who had, I guess I felt some level of familiarity. Oh, ask would definitely be the wrong word for that. As he takes another gulp of his sake.
Alright. Well, let's hope you made a good choice, because right now we're gonna need all the good luck we can get.
Yes, and I intend on helping you in finding out more about this curse.
Did you...
And figure out who sent those letters.
Yes. I'll let you know if I find
said
anything.
you taught much of the nobility, correct?
Yes.
So, we all agree that this is written by someone who has a noble upbringing and education. Now, this might be a bit of a stretch, speaking as someone who's never been an educator. Did you ever keep any of your previous students' work?
I'm gonna roll to see if he has any. High or low?
Ah, fuck. Low.
Okay. I don't think so, but I'll take a look around.
Because even if we can just, at the very least, get rid of some of the suspects of your previous students, that would be something. Did you attend Akir's funeral?
Did at a distance. Didn't feel right to be among the masses, especially with how I left things with him. I don't have, as he looks around for a moment, opening the various cabinets and whatnot, but then closes them. I do not, but I could at the very least tell you who were the ones I've taught.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull this up. Pulling up the notes.
You have it written down who he has and hasn't taught?
Hold
Hey,
on.
maybe we could, Umeko, maybe for him to make up for it, like Tori, he can teach baby Akir. Free of charge.
Maybe.
Full ride scholarship.
Nah,
Full
there you
ride
go.
scholarship. Full ride scholarship for her godchild who has all the pimped out gear right now.
The best materials.
The best materials. I'm sorry, that's still like my favorite part. That's my favorite part of like the last 20 episodes is just you going all full godparent and hyping him up on sugar.
So, the ones I taught were Jahan,
Okay.
Falkata, and Karatak.
Was that the fall, Jamio?
Falkata was his name.
Well, unless he is sending these from beyond the grave, I don't think they're from him.
We still need to message Sesh about his father.
I think he knows.
Is he even alive?
Sesh?
This is Eglon asking.
We,
Yes.
kind of sort of ran into him and he left the fall.
And yes, Umeko.
If my memory serves me right, the messages were specifically written by these letters were specifically written by someone that was left-handed, right?
The one that Talus had, that claimed to be Karatak, was left-handed. Yeah, this one does not seem to have those smudges.
Okay.
So right-handed. Which doesn't narrow down. But yes, last we heard, Sesh was alive. He wasn't in the fall when it was destroyed.
I certainly hope so, because already losing the Zal was already a major blow. But I'm going to go see how Kureiro's doing.
Any word on Huljo? Not Huljo, Hulseg.
Hulseg. Still nothing.
Is he stable at least?
Stable, but no response. In fact, I wonder if he's even able to awake.
If we brought back the bow after this is all dealt with, would he awaken, you think?
It's possible. It's hard to say, though.
How old is Hulseg? Because the implication I'm getting is he's a lot older than all the other daimyo?
He is part of the bow itself.
You mean he's been around, like, since the relics were made?
That is correct.
Holy
So
shit.
he knew the two brothers.
Sort of. It's much more complicated than that.
I'm starting to wish we talked a lot more with him, but I think I was still freaking out about the towers and the ropes.
Well, again, I must
The
see.
dragon?
I must see to Kureiro. I will speak to you all
Yes.
later.
Of course. Thank
And
you.
he gets up and leaves.
We need to go deal. We need
Wait,
to go.
he left?
Yeah, he's
He
leaving.
left?
He needs to go take. He said, "I must take care of Kureiro."
Is he leaving us in his office?
Oh yeah, he is.
Umeko, whatever you're thinking,
No.
do it. Do it. Do it.
Gremlin brain, she starts going through drawers.
What are you looking for?
Anything that could be incriminating or help us figure this out.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Can Daphne
Guidance?
assist with that?
Sure. Go ahead at
Daphne's
advantage.
assisting.
Advantage, cool.
And guidance.
And guidance. And it's investigation.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay, so first one plus a guidance.
D4.
Dirty 20.
Take a look around. I see a lot of papers that seem to be focused on the arcane and whatnot, but you also see there's nothing that really catches your interest. It's mostly just treated as an actual
I have a thought
office.
about the arcane though. I have something that might catch your interest about the arcane. I took sketches of the arcane symbols on the tubes that we
That's
don't know what they
right.
mean.
That's right.
Nice job.
So, as you're taking a look around, you do find what appears to be some books, but you also find something that catches your eye. You see that there is, it's almost like a dictionary sort that seems to focus on like the arcane sigils and what they mean and what it can kind of use. Like it shows the breakdown of them as well as the different combinations as to what it might mean.
Ooh.
We're talking like an encyclopedia level arcane thing.
Ooh.
Can I leave a note on this saying, sorry, had to borrow our encyclopedia. We'll return.
Okay.
Taking the encyclopedia.
Okay.
I'll look at it through my own time.
Okay.
Daphne approves of this because Encyclopedia of Magic.
So, as you're all heading out of the office, we're going to quickly go to Lydia, who's been waiting so patiently for us.
Hey.
And then, just so I know, context, youth, who are you going back to? The group that's in the office or to Lydia?
The group.
Which one? There's two groups. There's the Lydia group and there's the Daphne group.
I was just saying the group that's in the office. Because
Oh, okay.
Lydia's
All
on
right.
her own, is that true?
What's that?
Isn't Lydia on her own? Like,
With Astraf and Itham.
oh yeah, no, she doesn't want to be near that.
Like, wow,
Okay.
y'all leave me alone. Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just for the sake, we'll just go ahead and let me just go ahead and extend a little bit of time just so youth catches up to them. And then, so you catch them during the time in which you see Umeko holding this book. Just the gremlin mode
Oh.
activated.
Oh, what kind of books are you reading, eh?
Sigil magic.
Oh, no. Okay. That's fine. I was hoping it was gonna be like, you know, steamy or something, you know. You catch my drift? Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna look for any steamy books?
No.
It would
Does
just
he
make,
have daggers and roses?
It's not that I'm like a fan of them, but it's like it makes for fun travels, you know?
So if you're looking for that, youth, go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
He has a copy of Daggers and Roses. I'm calling it right now.
I'm rolling for this. You said investigation?
Yes.
No! 9.
No skill inspirations or anything?
Nah, dude, I don't got any.
Ooh, okay.
Buddy.
So, you look around, seeing if there's any sort of smut or something he might be hiding, but you don't seem to find any.
If you find any,
Oh,
let me know. I would
skill inspiration from Corvus.
Oh my gosh, I'm doing it.
Get it.
You're doing it? Okay.
Get it.
Find the smut.
Get it. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Find the old man smut.
She finds a love letter to Ichor instead.
They were roommates.
They were roommates.
And they were roommates.
Oh my gosh, they were roommates.
You find actually 4 books that seem to be a little more on the saucy side.
You just takes them and like puts it in her bag of holding.
Is one of them Daggers and Roses?
It is not, but for youth, the names of these books are as follows. Are you okay, Lydia?
I'm just laughing.
Uh,
Oh my god.
let's see.
I'm
So,
surprised when I randomly read them out during session.
Yes,
gosh.
please.
Book club's gotta expand, yo. Daggers and
Oh,
Roses is
man.
getting real bored on his 3rd read through.
okay. Let's see. So,
Are you okay?
No, I'm just getting DMs from my friends asking you what?
Oh my god.
So the first one is My Blooming Spring. And it shows like a picture of like a sakura tree and like blossoming.
Oh, perfect.
but you know.
We all know.
You know it's not. But the other one is My Darkest Passion.
Oh my gosh, that must be related to the Lord of Twilight. You can't tell me otherwise.
The other one.
Why are we reading these off?
Because you asked for it. You re-rolled for it. This is you. This is all you.
The other one is called. Let's see, trying to find this one. Let me make sure. I'm actually gonna roll this just to be sure.
I'm so glad this is the one session I don't have my speakers on for.
Let's see. Okay. The other one is Love from Down Below.
Oh no!
And you see that it's actually, like, it shows these two lovers, but it's, like, in the Underdark.
Oh, okay, never mind. I was like,
No. If there's one thing you know about Ivhan sort of smut / romance is that it's very much, it's not like your
Guys, it's based off Japan. It's hentai. Oh my gosh, it's anime.
gosh.
Oh my god.
But yes, you find the sauce. Though you see that these books are more, while they are saucy, it's not like Daggers and Roses level of smut, but
She holds it up with the last one, and
mhm.
she's like, "I'm giving this to Lydia and Asteraf," and puts it in her bag of holding. She's gonna wake up to that under her pillow.
Yes.
That's it. I need something to just start randomly reading off whatever awful fan fiction I can find to just kickstart a session. There we go.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. You've given me ammunition. Thank you, Harold.
Oh my gosh.
That's all I needed.
So, now with that, we'll go ahead. On that note, go to Lydia.
Oh my god.
So what are you doing at this time, Lydia?
Oh my god. Probably heading over to the big old tree that we came through the first time
Okay.
by the guest house, like where we had also the clover house.
Yeah.
And I will pull out my silver mirror.
Is it the same one Daphne gave to Daphne?
No, we ended up getting our own mirrors.
That's right. Yeah, I remember
during
that.
one of our shopping sprees.
Yeah.
Crap shoot, if you don't have anything of Eladrin's on you, do you?
No, I do not.
Damn, get on the friendship bracelet train.
As you say this, he just looks over to Astraf, whom you placed you especially during the whole nervousness, you braided flowers into his hair. He's just like, I think I'll pass on that.
Astraf and Taryn all have like little shell bracelets. I made them from different beaches I've been to. It's not that bad, and it's a good way for me to track you.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But he's just like side glancing at the flowers in Astraf's hair, and he's just like, "What? Nothing.
Don't judge. Anyways, it's gonna be like 10 minutes, so don't kill each other. And I am going to attempt to scry on my supposed fiance, Eladrin.
Okay.
I don't know the connection. If like
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to
really
roll.
calling her ex. Oh my gosh. You left me on red, so here you go.
Hold on. Why are you reaching out to my mother?
Let's see.
DC 18 wisdom, but I don't know modifiers, so
Yep.
I'll let you do that. Because I don't know if subconsciously I really know well, but initially I was like, I don't remember who this man is.
I'll take in consideration of your mental state as of right now, as the character, so
Fine.
we'll go with that.
I am fine. I am calm.
And it's wisdom?
Yeah.
You try to scry on him, but it's just very clouded. It's really hard for you to see anything.
Son of a bitch. Okay. I don't believe you can actually upcast scrying.
Well, I think you can actually, because it's the same thing with sending.
True.
It's just when you do it at higher levels, you just don't get a boost on it.
Okay.
Astraf and Ethan are just glancing at each other. They're watching you just sit there with the mirror.
I'm debating, because if I upcast it, it takes away a different opportunity. Fuck it, upcasting. Go again!
Okay.
Go again!
This bitch ain't getting away.
This bitch think he can
Oh.
outbest me?
Well, considering what I rolled this time, you got really lucky.
Fuck!
Because keep in mind, there's reasons as to why it's really hard to scry on him. But as you are focusing on your mirror, you still focus on it as you're focusing more of your magic into it. And you actually start to see clearer vision.
Okay.
And you find yourself looking at what appears to be that of an Eladrin, male Eladrin, seeming to be that in a spring form.
Right.
Seems to be similar. Appearance-wise, is very similar to you and Itham's age, and he just seems to be sitting. He seems to be sitting at a particular table, just seeming to be looking out. As it appears that the area you see around is not just. It seems to be as if it's outside. He seems to be very relaxed. Just looking outward as you see that his eyes are that of a soft golden yellow. Very handsome in appearance. Very much strength in his physique and also in the way he carries himself, but he also seems to be quite at ease. And
Does the area around him look like Azuria, or is it just like undecipherable?
The only thing you see is that on the edge of your vision, you see what appears to be that of the starting edge of a field of roses.
All right.
And as he's there, he seems to look over his shoulder for a moment as he begins to speak. Has there been any change in their movements? You hear the voice say, "There hasn't. They're still fighting amongst themselves. That's expected." Mind troubles you. It's not. It has something to do with the conflict? The conflict has always been troubling to me. But I'm finding my mind heavy with what news I've heard lately. What might that be? Some strange activities in the east. Seems there's winds of magic seeming to be acting much more abnormally than before. It seems that finally entering a new age. At least it feels like one. Simply because of the winds of magic? No. Of the tidings to come. Listen, as he puts what appears to be his cup of tea, just putting it back on the table. I want you to understand that what I'm about to tell you cannot be shared with anyone else. Of course.
Do it. Don't.
The only you know my loyalties. The only ones who would know this are between us and the Divine One. The royal family's still alive. Hear a chuckle.
Do I recognize this other voice at all? Is it something that I would have known?
I'm gonna, before I answer that, I have to send a certain someone a DM.
What?
Who's getting a DM?
Hello?
Who's getting the DM?
Hello?
Price guess. Bam.
What?
Please check your DMs.
Not me.
Okay. Lydia, give me a history check.
What's that face for?
Is it someone from Revive Pandemic?
Because I'm so concerned right now.
You're always concerned.
Exactly.
16.
You recognize that voice of someone who once served among your royal family. And as you step forward, you just hear him say, "Might need to sit down for that one." As you see a familiar figure. Let me make sure. I need to pull this up. I'm pulling up all the notes.
Hoops?
Hoops.
Decky,
Yes.
can you please describe Judas Quisling for us?
Judas, no.
Judas,
Oh.
please.
Wasn't expecting this, but let me get this picture up.
Buddy.
Judas is a 7'2" shifter with one horn protruding from the right side of his forehead. He is clad from shoulder to toe in armor. There is no inch or even speck of his body that is not covered, except for the helmet currently because it's not there. But he typically holds a banner of the Azurian flag that's tattered on his back.
But at this moment, he is in much more casual clothes. But yes, that is the normal, typical thing that you would see him wear.
He has like amber eyes, and like he always looks like he just woke up, kind of thing. His hair is just all scattered.
So tired chuckle is what they hear, basically. Yes, I find it difficult to believe myself, but I had received a message from my dear friend. If you want to voice him, feel free, Decky.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
I'm enjoying this.
Okay. Well, I must say this is the shocking news. Indeed. And I certainly hope that this is a sign of good things to come. Well, considering that it's the royal line and it's your friend that's alive, I assume that'd be a good sign. Fair point. Hopefully we'll see them very soon. And then that's where the scrying ends.
can I punch I'm gonna punch the tree. Yeah, Lydia's punching a tree.
Boom. And you would recognize
But
Judas.
Lydia-
I know tree has feelings. Shut up. You're not there right now. Can't do it right now. If I'm your friend's an asshole, 100%.
What do you do?
Maybe burn a higher level spell so now I can't get home right now.
Well, I mean, you could at the very least be able to after rest. I mean, besides, it's been quite a day.
Yes, but then my friends will be back and try to stop me. At least right now.
If they try to stop you, I will send the birds to peck at their faces.
Wow, thank you. So kind of you.
I will eat one of your ravens if you try that.
Apparently, Judas is with him right now.
Judas, as in the Quisling line.
Yup.
I'm surprised he's still alive.
And Eladrin just told him we're alive.
Well, he's probably happy in his own weird way.
Yeah, but now they're like, oh, I'm sure they're gonna get back home soon, and it's gonna be like, well, no, now I can't.
That is all. They can wait a few days more. It's not.
It's either now or never, and it can't be now. So, I'm gonna do another thing. I have a sending scroll from Diar. I'm gonna send that shit. Rip up that sending scroll. And send
Okay.
it.
Who are you sending?
Eladrin.
Okay.
Just be like, wanted to hear a voice from home. Can't come home just yet, but can speak more directly in length via diplomat's pouch. Please stay safe. 25 words. Gone.
Okay.
Oh, buddy. I'm gonna be writing letters to my ex-fiance. This is great.
Leave her on red. Leave her on red.
Yeah.
Wait, he can respond to that one message.
Well, this is a pleasant surprise. It is good to hear from you again, Lizel. Highness. I will be certain to send you and your brother messages in that manner. And that is where it ends. Clearly he was caught by surprise by this.
Sup, bitch, I know what you just did. Okay. Alright. No need to send more. Okay,
We
bye.
lost Umeko.
Bye, Umeko.
Well,
Oh no.
There we go.
We
Welcome
found
back.
Umeko.
You called me. What the?
I meant to message you because I want to ask a specific meme question.
All right. So no need to send your birds to Azuria anymore, Itham. We're gonna get direct letters now.
Well, he seems a bit relieved, as he just says. Well, I'm glad that we are both at peace of mind now.
Yeah, he's not here. And not who I was hoping he wasn't, so we're good.
Ashraf just has this confused look on his face, like, what?
Itham's bird math is wrong, Ashraf. Do not trust that boy to do math on birds.
You do know he was bullshitting you, right?
About bird math. Do we come back and hear bird math is wrong?
Yeah, bird math is wrong. Yes, you do hear that as Ashraf reveals that Itham had been lying.
Itham would never lie to my face.
I mean, he tried to lie before when he was saying who he was sending messages to.
Did you lie to me? Like, to my face?
As you say this, you just see for a moment as he's there, slowly seems to be coming apart as the raven, as he uses the swarm magic to
Whole
turn
person?
into a flock of
Whole
ravens.
person? Can I cast whole person?
Sure. I'll go ahead and roll for the save.
No. Let's watch this play out between the two of them. I don't get to see sibling fight too often.
Okay.
Wisdom 18.
Okay.
10 silver on if I'm winning.
Let's see how he does on this.
5 gold on Lydia winning.
Okay. And it's
When
consider
I-
a charm.
I think it is.
Bum, 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 bum. I am looking. Tell me what school you are, sir. Oh, right. Elves.
Yeah.
God damn it. I should know my own race. Well, not really, not anymore. A whole person is considered.
It doesn't matter anyways, because as he goes to part ways, he suddenly freezes in place.
Can he talk in this way?
He's staying quiet. He's just staying, his mouth staying shut. He's like, like a look as if someone just been caught.
Well, I can leave you there for a minute as long as I keep concentration, so I'm just gonna walk away and let you suffer the consequences of your own actions. Hi, guys!
What's up?
Lydia, be nice to your brother.
No.
I tried.
Well, you hurt her.
So
I'll give you the 5 gold later.
thank you.
Yeah.
So
I bet on the wrong sibling, apparently.
Ha.
You should always bet on me.
I bet on you.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Oh, Daphne, before I forget, you might be getting letters for me through your diplomat's pouch. Just send them on over.
Okay. Umeko stole from the wizard, so now we have a book of magic.
What? Why are we stealing from Eklon?
I left a note.
She didn't
It was
leave a
just
note.
borrowing without asking and asking for forgiveness after.
The library card, I guess.
We also believe that the easiest way to help create Iro is to deal with the witch.
The
Author.
witch.
No, sorry, the author.
Okay.
Also, youth on split. That's what Delan chimes in with.
Oh yes, apparently Eklon had some very dirty novels in his office, and Youth has commandeered them for the time being.
Youth, why? No, I
And
don't want to know.
And then from her bag of holding, she's just gonna peek one of them out, and it's the one that she was talking about for Lydia and Astaroth. She's like,
The Underdark one?
Yes.
uh-huh.
We did find out something. The
Okay.
letter that Epcon got is the same handwriting, same black seal, as the ones we got.
Oh.
So whoever's been sending us letters has known about the files. We might be dealing with a double agent on our hands.
Did Eklon know who wrote it?
Well, we asked, and it turns out Eklon has taught a couple of the daimios here.
Okay.
One of which was Karatok,
We already
Jahan.
ruled out Karatok.
Jahan, and the previous fall daimyo.
So that only leaves Jahan then. If we've ruled out
I don't know if
Karatok.
we've ruled out Karatok completely. The only thing we can determine, though, is the likely isn't left-handed, and Karatok is.
Exactly. So Karatok
Well-
might not be prime suspect, but
Some
not
can be
completely-
ambidextrous.
That's true too.
But also, he didn't seem to recognize the writing.
So it may not even been someone he taught.
No, but it turns out that Akir also taught alongside Eklon.
Okay.
They
Looking
were
back,
roommates.
They were roommates.
I'm sorry, what?
He did not say that.
It was implied.
The implications that they were roommates, or that they were actual roommates?
I think he wanted to be roommates with him.
How does this have to deal with handwriting?
Right,
Astraf just chimes and says, I think the discovery of Smut had gone to their heads.
I
I
wasn't paying
should have
attention to
asked.
that.
So here's the thing, though. So with the exception of Hulseg, there's a chance, because Akir apparently, alongside our wizard friend, taught a lot of the upper crust. So there's a chance that Akir taught the other Damios.
Is there a record of who Akir taught?
I imagine there is. I just don't know where they would have it.
Monastery, probably?
I was about to say, did you ask if it was kept, like the monastery?
Well, he had to go and check on Cray Eero since he has a bomb strapped to his tongue.
Literally, yes.
Literally. But like I said, apparently, and this didn't click right away, Hulseg's been around since the beginning of the relics.
Daphne, I know you're smart, but are you just figuring that out?
It has been a long couple of months, Lydia.
I figured it out the minute we met him and he was explaining it. That was
Yes.
common knowledge.
There's a difference between me hearing it, processing it, and understanding it completely. It has been a long couple of months. I am still wrapping my head around the fact that I essentially killed one of the founding members of the Confederacy.
Re-killed him. He was already dead once.
Thank you for reminding me that, Lydia.
And that
It's the circle of life, Daphne. It's what happened.
That doesn't mean the circle needs to keep going round. We're getting off topic. Can we
Okay.
just go deal with the author now, please?
I don't know, Itham, do you want to go deal with the author? I will drop.
Might
if
as
it
well.
hasn't been a minute.
We might as well, but should we let your friend know that we're on our way?
Anira,
Anira.
yes.
Anira.
We should see if she's nearby any big trees.
We're gonna have to sleep before we can do that.
I thought you were saving the spells so we can have a speedy getaway after the trial. What happened? Did you get hurt? What happened? Are you okay?
I imagine there might be some scrapes on like Lydia's knuckles from punching the tree, but so like
That's
just,
about
like,
it, yeah.
Hands behind her back, like just got mad. It's fine.
Insight
What
check.
happened? Insight check.
Deception or persuasion?
Whatever you choose.
23.
30.
Damn!
I need to roll not 20. Well, I did roll twice.
Nah,
Well,
but
the first one was a 28.
yeah.
30. I just got
Alright.
mad.
Okay.
Fine.
Alright,
Okay.
fine.
I'm allowed to have
So-
emotions.
I'm not saying you aren't allowed to have emotions, my dear. Speaking
Okay.
as what I am, that'd be an oxymoron on itself. Okay, so how long would it take us to get through them via windwalk?
On the map.
As she's
Where
pulling
we're
up the
going,
map.
Kara?
Mhm.
Where we're going?
Well, I imagine we could probably ask Karatak if we could use his circle.
Honestly, we're not gonna make it there in 8 hours via windwalk, so we could always just sleep for 4 hours and gain back some magic that we've all used today through scryings and sendings and whatever else we've used.
I mean, that's not a terrible idea, and Daphne's just like gently rubbing her chest where a good blunt force was.
Yeah, or we can try asking to use the circles, but then we're not gonna be near Anira. We're gonna be right in the middle of the action.
True.
So you can
and
message
should-
to Anira. Tell her to just 4 hours to get by a tree. 4 to 8 hours to get by a tree.
I
Gale takes out his orb.
Okay.
Well, don't do it yet because we have to let Anira know that. Oh, I'm gonna have to go up because I've sent a lot of sendings in the last hour.
I was gonna message Anira actually.
Yeah,
Well,
tell
can we figure out a plan first before you message her so we're not bombarding her with different information?
Okay. You need to rest for 4 hours so you can get us through a tree.
Yep. And if
I need to rest 4 hours to at least get spells. Did anyone else use magic? Besides Gale, because I know Gale did magic too.
Well,
Oh
if
my
they
God,
still
yeah.
have
did
their
magic.
if they still have their camp set up, technically we can do exactly what we did to get here. Elves can rest for 4 hours. We can get there, and everyone else can sleep for 8. At least then we'll be all together,
True, and I can use the mansion when we get there too.
and people can take watch and hang out with Anira and Anan.
I did let Thal know about the zombies, and I let Serpent know about the potential invasion of the Fall. And
So, is our plan just to take out the author, or are we also doing the crown?
Wasn't the Emperor supposed to tell us about the crown shit too? No, the Emperor was supposed to tell us about the ring. I don't think we need to do the crown anymore.
do we still need the crown though? Are we gonna have like the demon on us?
We didn't sign anything or give blood or anything.
Yeah.
Pretty sure the fact that we name dropped him in the trial is enough.
That
We didn't name drop him. Wait, did we?
I mean, if we're no longer requiring the Golden Demon services, do we still need to do the act for him?
Probably
Well-
not, because he wasn't gonna give us the ring. He was gonna tell us its location.
Information, yeah. And the Emperor already said let us handle what's going on with the Traitor Clan before he will openly
We
discuss
haven't dealt with the Traitor Clan yet, though. We need to. Cray Eero's the only one who knows who Traitor Clan is. So to get that information, we have to remove the curse. Which, when I messaged Aquina, because the bastard was already up at 4 o'clock in the morning, apparently, he said
Who's
that
up at that time?
Aquina, apparently, and Lydia, because
I used to.
yeah. He
Now-
said the way the author got the curse mark on him and Damara was she used her doppelgangers. She never works alone, and she used a form of blackmail. So it sounds like she needs a second person there to do it.
Yeah, that clocks. That checks.
So that means if we kill her, Great Eero's curse is dealt with, hopefully. Maybe it causes him to explode. I don't know. But at the very least, he'd be able to freely tell us, hopefully, who the Traitor Clan is. And then maybe we get a bit of forgiveness from him for the whole, like, naming him as traitor.
So let's get some 4 hours of sleep
Yep.
and get to. Okay, Gale, you may message Anira and tell her to get to the biggest tree she can find. Or actually, no, it has to be a tree that I have seen. I have not been to the Kara yet.
So, tell her to camp near a tree, and that... Can you scry on her and still do the tree walk?
No. With the Ratfang
Kinfei.
field was down in Kinfei or Kinshan, right? We've been through Kinshan, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's near Kinfei.
Okay.
A tree and Kenfei, and then we can just windwalk to a nearest location.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's already slowed down Anan.
I mean, technically,
Somehow?
she could stay where she is as long as there was some easy way. Wait, I know of her belongings. I can prep locate objects, and I can track her that way.
Okay. So do you want me
Just tell her
to?
we're showing up in like 4 to 8 hours.
Gale's going to hold the orb. Anira, it's Gale. We will be around your location in about 4 to 6 hours. We are dealing with the author tomorrow or today. And bye.
You get an immediate response from Anira as she says, "Oh, good, because I am getting quite tired of hanging around here. Oh, just make sure you let them know they're going to need to heal his hands and feet. They might be a little broken. And that's where the end of the sending.
So Anira broke Ainan's hands and feet.
She did what?
At least it's not amputation. Which I was half expecting an error to do. I'm gonna go hide behind Ashraf because Daphne is looking very concerned. I'm gonna go hide behind my very tall husband.
Mm-hmm.
We have 4 to 6 hours, because I told her 4 to 6 hours. He's a revenant. He can't feel pain, I think.
That doesn't make this any better.
Yep, I'm definitely hiding behind
Okay,
Ashraf.
how would you feel if someone decided to break Dalen's hands and feet?
Well, Delan just died. Delan was just killed. I was about to send a motherfucking dragon upon the prey.
I think Youth would have laughed.
You would have laughed. But that's how... Okay, so if someone broke Dalen's hands and feet, what you would feel is what I'm feeling right now.
Okay, fair.
Thank you.
Daphne, are we in the mansion for the night?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
3,
having this
actually.
argument out in the open.
Just a bit of... Ah!
I'm sure the Baizé would love us shouting about breaking each other's arms and legs out in
That's
the open.
so cute.
Oh look, the party's fighting again. Aww.
3 minutes later, the big, shiny door appears.
All right.
Oh, 4 men exploded again.
As you all go into the mansion, we're gonna go ahead and end our session there for tonight.
Hey.
Ayo.
Oh my goodness.
Bruh.
That was a trip. Woo.
Up and down and up and down and up,
Up and down, up and down.
Oh.
Anyways. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us tonight. It was awesome having you all here. Oh boy. So, just a reminder, we will be back on Thursday with Revive Pandemic, and then on Sunday we'll be having ourselves a little game night
Hey.
with the viewers. So, thank you again for hanging out with us. Please stay safe, stay healthy. We will see you all again next time. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Love you guys. Bye-bye.